Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Coyle and I'm the chairman of the Marine Renewables Industry Association, which, as many of you know, represents offshore renewable energy on the island of Ireland. This is our 12th consecutive forum, and it's our first online forum. Normally, at this time of the year, at this time, we would be packed into a Dublin hotel, engaged in all things renewable energy, particularly with regard to the emerging technologies. And we would have a huge opportunity for networking. Hopefully, in better times next year, we can be back to a face-to-face forum. So at the outset of today's packed event, I want to thank Chris McCallum and Letterkenny Institute of Technology for their sterling work in helping out with the technology associated with this forum. I've learned over the past few days that the video conferencing technology on which we all increasingly depend is still at a very early stage and is very complex. But thankfully, Chris has sorted all of that out for us. We're going to run at a very fast clip today. We've 30 plus speakers. Each of them will have 10 minutes or 5 minutes, depending on which part of the forum they're engaged in. I will introduce each of the chairs, but otherwise you won't be hearing from me again. And at the very end, the wrap-up will be undertaken by Simon DiPietro, co-president of Ocean Energy Europe, our representative body in Europe, and chief executive of DP Energy. And in fact, Simon, I think, has got some extraordinarily exciting news to share with you about his own company, which has only been revealed this morning. So without any further ado, I want to introduce our guest of honor, the person who will actually declare the forum open. It's Vice Admiral Mark Mellett, who is the Chief of Staff of the Defence Forces and a great friend of all things offshore and marine in Ireland. Mark is a native of Castlebar, County Mayo, and the word Mayo comes from his lips most hours of most days. He's a very proud Mayo man. He's a graduate of the Dartmouth Naval College in the UK and Greenwich Naval College in the UK and the Irish Military College and the Naval War College in the US, so he certainly knows how to wage war. He's also been Chief of Staff of the Defence Forces, the first naval officer to hold that post for the past 7 years. Most importantly, from our perspective, he has a PhD from NUIG in ocean governance, and is an adjunct professor at a couple of universities. So we have a person who has both a military interest in all matters marine, but also a very strong governance and general interest in the marine. And he's going to talk from the perspective, forgive me, Mark, for saying so, of the ancient mariner. It's going to reflect on the new Irish marine world. Over to you, Mark, and thank you.
Peter, thanks very much. So it's a privilege to be asked to open today's event, the 12th edition of this forum. I'm aware from my prior engagements with the MRIA just how popular it is, and the fact that we have over 525 participants today from across the world tells its own story. When I first went to sea in the 1970s, we had a 3-mile territorial sea, a rudimentary national fishing fleet. There was some oil and gas exploration. Foundation of the Marine Institute, for instance, was over a decade away. Our capacity to undertake research and mapping at sea was essentially zero, and notions such as offshore renewables would simply have been regarded as a joke. That's all changed, and offshore renewable energy is where our future lies. For most of my naval career serving in a variety of appointments on a variety of ships in the Atlantics and the Mediterranean, on many occasions I was up close and personal with the power of the sea, which quite simply is unforgiving if you do not show it respect. The largest wave ever measured by a scientific instrument was aboard the Irish Challenger, about 300 miles off my own Mayo coast. Today, besides having one of the richest food producing ecosystems in the world, Ireland has the greatest renewable energy environment on the planet. It's nearly 15 years ago since I first started dipping my toe into the marine renewable energy space in terms of opportunity. I was encouraged by the likes of CUMMINS, now with Simply Blue Energy, and the father of all renewable energy visionaries, Tony Lewis. Indeed, I hope that Peter Coyle will admit that I recruited him into the sector. I have an eye for talent. We co-created the Irish Maritime Energy Resource Cluster between the Navy, University College Cork and Cork Institute of Technology. We also had a significant role in the advocacy for the Beaufort Laboratory in Cork and the establishment of the Science Foundation Ireland MARIA Centre. For centuries, two doctrines have characterised the law of the sea. that established enrolment times of Mara Clausum or enclosure, and that articulated by Grotius in the 1600s of Mare Liberum or freedom of the seas. Over the centuries, the world's seas and oceans have been used as dumping grounds, nuclear testing sites, overexploited, overfished, highways for pirates. In many ways, they reflect what so eloquently has been set out by Garrett Hardin, A Tragedy of the Commons. By the 1960s, it was widely acknowledged that the ocean's resources were not infinite, and in some extreme cases were already nearing exhaustion. And the view that anything could be harmlessly dissolved in the sea had been widely discredited. We'd come to the point so succinctly captured by Sir Alan Beasley, who said the law of the sea was in a state of disorder bordering on chaos. It was clear that new arrangements, global rules were required, and so they were codified in what remains one of the most remarkable international conventions, that of the 1982 Convention on the Law of the Sea. What is often forgotten, however, is the key role played by Irish scientists and Irish diplomats in aspects of this convention, in particular those dealing with sovereignty and sovereign rights. In fact, Ireland's team became part of what was known colloquially as the Margineers, lawyer diplomats like Mahon Hayes, geophysicists like Piers Gardner, who gave his name to the Gardner formula in offshore continental shelf delimitation. But the law only provides one key element to the framework within which others can act. There is another key element, and that's science. Before I understood the importance of renewables, I understood the impact of climate change, like its impact on vulnerable marine ecosystems such as cold water corals, an ecosystem that is under threat from ocean acidification due to the amount of carbon dioxide our seas have absorbed. You can take it as a fact. The very reason we as a species are alive is because of the ocean. I would go as far to say the very reason we might survive as a species will be because of the ocean and the critical role it will play in renewable ocean energy. The key to science are data-driven information which lead to the creation of knowledge and understanding. So it is work initially led by people like Padder McArdle of the Geological Survey of Ireland, Michael Gagan and Peter Heffernan of the Marine Institute, who drove the Irish National Seabed Survey and its follow-on Infomar programme. We've helped give rise to really rich data sets which are globally recognised and so important. So we have the high-level international law, we have some great data sets. What we need now is the set of governance framework to facilitate this concept to reality. When I look at ocean governance, I think of three social systems. First, government and policy. Second, the market and industry. And third, civil society and the citizen. Looking first at government, and I know there are officials here from the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications and the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage, as well as many of the respective agencies with a competence in the area. Government's commitment to the sector is clear, with Minister Ryan leading to the priority of devising the Climate Action Plan, first issued in 2019. And he's doing that to take account, in particular, of the programme for government daunting target of reducing carbon emissions by 7% per annum. Offshore renewable energy is vital to the Climate Action Plan, and the current aim is for up to 5 gigawatts of wind, only in water and energised by 2030. A plan is to be prepared to exploit up to 30 gigawatts of wind and hopefully wave off the west coast in the 2030s. I'm sure you're all aware that this is reinforced in the programme for government. I think it's reasonable to predict that much of the new capacity for the 2030s may well be aimed at export markets, and the new interconnectors under development such as Greenlink and Celtic Link are no doubt the forerunners of further links in due course, helping make Ireland the battery of Europe. Of course, the onshore grid will require attention. Everybody with an interest in the maritime affairs could be cognizant or should be cognizant of the rich and vital tapestry of policy changes now underway to facilitate our maritime development, particularly with regard to offshore renewable energy. The forthcoming Marine Planning and Development Management Bill will, for example, give Ireland a leading edge body of maritime governance law. And I'm sure Martina Hennessy from the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications will elaborate on this. Moving on and looking at the market and the industry. This is the centre of gravity to harnessing the resource. That is where the risk takers are. That is where the investment is. There is huge talent there. Whether it be fixed or floating wind, solar, wave, tidal or other. Some of the segments include the technology developers, manufacturers and suppliers, project developers, development services, engineering and construction, operations and maintenance, research and development, policy and industry support, and business services. Of course, it does not stop there, with areas such as the grid, environmental assessment, commercial diving, shipping and transport, remote sensing, analytics, automation, robotics, artificial intelligence, intelligence augmentation and virtual reality, all driven by innovation. And I know Pat O'Connor's company, Virtual Reality Artificial Intelligence, is looking at this space. A key infrastructure, of course, is our ports, including even small ports like Rossaville, and my schoolmate Cathal Grunad is primed and ready there. Today, with a rate of change so fast that every moment new technologies and new ways of doing things are being created, we must be open to a constant state of innovation, and that requires a systemic change in mindset. The market, however, doesn't always tell the ecological truth, and that's one reason we have climate change, which brings me to our third social system, civil society. At our peril, do we ignore the importance of civil society institutions and the citizen? They are our greatest advocates for getting this right. Sustainable development principles are based on the fundamental recognition of humans as an integral part of the ecosystem. Participation of civil society must be central to all our processes, and enabling ecosystem-based management and development of mechanisms for effective participation and input to this sector are critical. If we're really ambitious, we must ensure the role of environmental non-governmental organisations in public participation is respected. The role in communicating complex policies, representing members' interests, and contributing towards participatory governance in, for example, marine planning is critical, with innovative outreach required by government and industry to translate technical information, integrate local knowledge, improve public representation, and conserve resources. This could include collaboration with environmental and non-governmental organisations to help promote public participation in decision-making processes. Which brings me to principles and security. Good ocean governance is built on principles such as authority, accountability, good science, integration, stewardship, subsidiarity, simple rules, sustainability, transparency, timeliness, precaution, and rights-based. These types of principles must form part of the ecosystem governance approach that is institutionalised and upheld and enforced if necessary. Which brings me to security. The big challenge for the future will be providing security to the new offshore assets. Ireland has a jurisdiction of almost 1 million square kilometres in which it has sovereignty or sovereign rights. Sovereign rights that are not upheld are more imaginary than real. That's why we have defence forces. We are a key component of the security architecture of the state, and when all is said and done, we're part of the bedrock that underpins our sovereignty, part of the framework that uphold the institutions of our civilised society, where people are free, where the institutions of state function, where the vulnerable are protected, and where the market and industry can thrive. For the renewable industry to work, the sovereign rights of the state need to be translated into property rights for stakeholders. You need a certainty to invest. So to conclude, this is a time to move from having a closed or fixed mindset to having an open or growth mindset. An open, growth, innovative mindset, which is about sharing ideas, technology, and knowledge. Einstein said we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. This is a time for collaboration, building and nurturing diverse networks. Nobody has all the answers. In a world where we are physically experiencing climate breakdown, and we can see unprecedented biodiversity loss, where we have security challenges the likes of which we have never seen before, at every level, from individual to state and beyond. We must collaborate across diverse institutional and organisational boundaries if we are to overcome the most complex challenges. The offshore renewable energy sector is at a decisive point of opportunity. Opportunities come to pass, not to pause. That means we need to be courageous. It's a time for triple and quadruple helix to blossom. State, enterprise, research and civil society. It's the collective who have the answer. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best today. I now declare the conference open.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was most inspiring, and delighted to that you shared your thoughts with everyone this morning. I'm now going to move on and ask Danielle Conahan to take the chair. Danielle is a well-known corporate lawyer with Arthur Cox. She has great experience in planning and environmental law. She's a Donegal lady. a graduate at TCD, and what you didn't know about Danielle is, of course, that she's quite a good musician as well in the traditional field. So Danielle, over to you until 10:30. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you very much, Peter. I didn't realise that somebody wrote the bio for me. I have to say that's one of the best overviews I have ever heard from Vice Admiral Dr. Mellett on where we've come from, where we're going to, how we get there, and what we should consider in terms of the principles, the collaboration, and the courageous vision we need to get where we're going. So it's incredibly exciting. So I want to bring it back home now and chair session 1 on policy landscape, and we'll be hearing from various speakers from Ocean Energy Ireland, from the department, from the Marine Energy Council, from the Commission itself, from the SEAI, and from Irish Wildlife Trust, along with Corpower representatives and Cork Dockyard Limited representatives, to give us an entire overview of what everyone's thoughts and visions are for where we're going in terms of the policy landscape. So to kick off, we have DONAGH CAGNEY, Policy Director of Ocean Energy Europe, and he's going to speak to us on European wave and tidal vision. And to give you a little info on DONAGH, he is the Policy Director at Ocean Energy Ireland, and obviously representing the wave and tidal industry on a European stage. He's an economist with a master's degree from Trinity and on European affairs in the aviation industry, followed by a spell in Ofgem in the UK before joining the OEE. So DONAGH, over to you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. I don't know, I am broadcasting now, but thanks for that introduction. Just I'll get my slides up as we're doing so. So DONAGH CAGNEY from Ocean Energy Europe. We are the trade association of the sector. We have over 110 members, and we're a coalition of researchers, developers, utilities, and public authorities, all working together to bring ocean energy to the point of industrial rollout. So with my few minutes, I'm going to present some work we finished last year, which was a vision for the wave and tidal sector as to how it's going to develop between now and 2030. And this was asked of us by the European Commission, who are working on their European offshore strategy, which we'll hear a little bit more about later on. So before we look to the future, we had to take stock of where the sector was at the moment. We're looking at tidal stream first of all. Well, we're really at the stage of pilot farms driving the progress. This means several large-scale devices being deployed in real sea conditions and generating power and generating data to prove the technology and to reassure investors and to get ready for the next stage. I think the ultimate KPI is power produced to the grid, and you can see that it's increased exponentially in the last number of years, so really ready for the next stage of the technology's development. In terms of wave, well, it's a little bit behind tidal, but it's actually not as far behind as sometimes people say, because we have made really strong technical progress in wave energy, which we don't really talk about enough, I think. This is Matriku. It's a wave power plant, an onshore wave power plant in the Basque Country. Onshore wave power, we've cracked it. This plant installation has been generating gigawatt hours of power since it was commissioned a few years ago. The micro scale offshore, so 2 or 3 kilowatts for offshore applications like the oil and gas platform in the background. Again, there are devices out there that are consistently producing power, and these devices are being sold or leased on a commercial basis as well. So the challenge now is to take this technological project and to scale it up for the larger markets. And that's exactly what's happening. We have a competition between several developers who are building full-scale devices that they want to deploy in test sites in open sea conditions and to follow in Tidal's path, to generate the data and to prove the technology and get ready for the next stage of deployment. This is quite a competitive race. It's really heated up in the last number of years because those markets that they're targeting are increasingly clear. We know in Europe, the big national markets are going to be Spain and Portugal. They've put ambitious deployment targets in their national energy and climate plans. Similarly, in the Mediterranean, Italy, its treasury, its shipyards are coming together with support from the Italian government to power Mediterranean islands with wave energy as well. Now, Ireland is still on the map because we did put deployment targets in our national energy and climate plan, but to be honest, we don't have the same competitive advantage in wave that we did a few years ago, and that's something we'll come back to later on as well. In terms of other markets beyond the national utility scale, there's really exciting stuff happening for offshore applications. These are the logos of several multi-billion euro offshore oil and gas companies. They know that they can't sustain their existing operations in a post-fossil fuel world. They're pivoting around to see where the future and profitability opportunities are, and all of them have invested both time and money into wave energy in the last number of years because they're looking for future profitability and profitable markets, and they see that wave energy is part of that. The other big market opportunity for wave is going to be floating winds, and that's not just co-location of wave and wind in the same sites. It's not just about the complementarity between the production profiles. It's also about the innovation that wave developers have already developed in terms of floating platforms, in terms of moorings, which are being brought into this floating wind market. So really big opportunities there. So that's where we are with wave and tidal. Where are we going to be in 2030? Well, tidal stream in 2030, the analysis shows that we can get up to about 2.5 gigawatts of capacity by the end of the decade. The majority of this will be in European waters. That's going to drive the cost down to around €90 a megawatt hour. So still not competitive entirely on its own, but when you factor in the predictability of tidal and what that can do for system benefits and what that can do for utilities as well in terms of managing their risk, it starts to get be a very interesting proposition already. And there'll be various different deployments depending on the resources and the local sites and the different technologies as well within tidal. In terms of wave, as I was saying, it's a little bit behind, but not that far behind as is sometimes said. There'll be about 0.5 gigawatt of capacity deployed by the end of the decade. Now just remember, this is exponential growth. What this means is in the 2030s is that wave energy is going to explode. The majority of that will be in European waters because of the policy levers, but the market for wave is so broad there will be a lot of opportunities internationally as well. And those deployments will bring the costs down to about €110 a megawatt hour. So again, not fully competitive in isolation, but when you think about the system benefits and the complementarity with wind, it's already quite interesting. And this, again, those deployments will be in the usual large-scale sites, the Atlantic coasts, some smaller utility-scale stuff in the Mediterranean. There will be cooperation with floating wind, with niche markets, offshore applications and islands. And first exports we see probably going to markets like the US, Chile and India. I'm just giving a real run through of these results. The full data and the kind of the methodology behind it is in this report, which is available on OEE's website. So just maybe to draw some conclusions for that, what are the opportunities for this from Ireland? We know what's going to happen. How do we make it work for Ireland? Well, to be honest, the conversation we're having now is a little bit different from the one we would have had a few years ago, because I think Ireland has lost its competitive advantage. We're still in the race for ocean energy, but we're not in the same pole position. And I think if Ireland is serious about decarbonisation and maintaining its economic prosperity, that's something that is going to have to change. The good news is that help is at hand, and we do have a big partner who's behind us. The EU has come strongly behind offshore renewables and specifically ocean energy in the last number of years. This is a quote from the European Commissioner for Energy. European leaders and the EU is proud of our ocean energy developers. They're excited about what we can deliver, and they're also aware that the world is going to have to change, and we need a Green Deal which maintains economic prosperity while we decarbonise. They've looked at ocean energy, they've kicked the tires, and they say, yeah, this is one of the technologies that's going to get us there, and we're prepared to support it to make it happen. And this culminated, or the most recent step of this was the European Offshore Renewable Energy Strategy. It came out at the end of last year. It has a target specifically for ocean energy deployments, 100 megawatts by 2025, at least 1 gigawatt by 2030, and then getting into the gigawatt levels after that. Now, the important thing about this is that these are not just abstract targets that the industry can or cannot meet. These are almost internal targets for Europe, because what they say is that they're going to coordinate European funding with member states to deliver on this. So they'll channel funding to make this happen. So this is an EU target, a European Commission target, a national target, as much as it is an industry target. It's for all of us to realise together. Now, how can Ireland take in opportunities for that? Well, I think the real opportunity is, given the context, is that how can Ireland's leadership in ocean energy be saved with EU support? And there's a couple of things that needs to happen in Ireland to deliver on that. Irish developers need to tap into the European calls, and they need to be helped to do this. We know that in Horizon Europe, in the work programme for this year, There'll be 35 million euro in calls just for ocean energy in 2021 alone. There could be support for Irish developers, self-support as in help with grant writing and competency building, but really there does need to be dedicated Irish funding for ocean energy as well, and that prototype fund needs to be there. There needs to be skin in the game from Ireland. We need to leverage the Recovery and Resilience Fund. So this is significant sums of grant money that's coming to Ireland as part of the recovery package. I believe there's €1 billion that's coming from Ireland. Even a small portion of that could fund a really powerful WAVE research and innovation programme in Ireland. Ireland needs to cooperate more with international partners to reach out to countries like Portugal, which are looking for allies to push this technology. Ireland needs to speak up more in Brussels because the EU does want to hear about countries that are passionate and enthusiastic about driving forward ocean energy. There are various different initiatives that can be joined into by Ireland to attract European funds and to really target on the technology which is most important. The Clean Energy Transition Partnership, as part of Horizon Europe, is a part of that. And we need to follow the example of territories like Scotland and the Basque Country, which are already doing this and have succeeded in attracting European funds. So that means the next generation of WAVE devices, they're in the short term, they're going to happen in Scotland and the Basque Country. Ireland needs to get on board on that and become a part of that. And then finally, we need to prepare the ground for those first pre-commercial WAVE projects. Now, that's not just about tapping into the larger sources of European funding like the Innovation Fund and the EIB. It's also about making sure that when the technology is ready, it's hitting Irish waters, it's employing Irish people, and it's supporting Irish businesses. What we don't want to do is to repeat the experience of fixed offshore wind. The first offshore wind farms went into the water in 1991, 30 years ago, and we're still trying to figure our head to make these deployments happen in Ireland. We can't have the same thing happening with wave energy because we know it's coming, we know it fits in with a decarbonised and prosperous future, and we know we've got big support from big partners coming to help us realise this. So we've really no excuse not to miss the boat on this one. Thanks very much. Back to you, Danielle.
Thank you very much indeed, Donagh, for that overview and all of those insights in relation to WAVE and Tidal. I think what came across very clearly is the need for collaboration. So looking to the Commission as a country and international partners and industry all aligning together to get where we want to go. So thank you for that. Now we're going to move on to Martina Hennessy, who's a principal in the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications, and she's going to talk to us this morning on the offshore renewables policy landscape that we know is developing at pace. She is responsible for many, many things in the department, such as consenting the OREDP, and she holds a master's degree in Geographical Information Systems, started life in Ordnance Survey before spending time with the Marine Institute, and then she's had a long stretch with Microsoft before, thankfully from all of our perspectives, re-entering the public service to drive the development of policy on the national stage. So Martina, over to you.
That's great. Thanks very much, Danielle. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I'm delighted to be here this morning to talk about the policy landscape. I think the Vice Admiral, Dr. Mellett, set the scene really well in setting out what the opportunity is here. There's a huge amount of work going on, not only in our own department, but across government. And in the time available, all I can do is give you a snapshot of some of that. But I think we all recognise it's a real inflection point and there's a huge opportunity here. And certainly one that we're driving forward to enable the country to benefit from this. So the Vice Admiral gave a snapshot of this already, but the national policy context is really being set originally, or the direction of travel was set by the Climate Action Plan. In 2019, that set out the ambition to get to 70% of our electricity from renewable sources by 2030. And as part of that, it did set a target of 3.5 gigawatts to be generated from offshore wind. The programme for government that was published last year, that increased that ambition significantly, moving to 5 gigawatts from offshore wind by 2030, with a longer term plan to look at other technologies and looking at floating in the longer term. So there's a huge ambition here. We are essentially starting from zero. There's a huge amount of work to actually put this into play, and I'll give you a flavour of that today. So what's happening nationally very much aligns with what's happening at a European level, and DONAGH has already given an overview of some of those initiatives. The offshore energy strategy, which is part of the EU Green Deal, really sets a lot of ambitious targets that sets out what the opportunity for Ireland really could be in this space. And given the huge interest and drive towards offshore in the context of increasing the drive to net zero, we recognise there's an opportunity for Ireland, given our huge offshore resource, to become a net exporter in the longer term. So while our current focus is on getting to 2030 and meeting the targets there to supply our own renewable sources and to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, really there is a bigger opportunity that we have to keep an eye on in terms of getting to the point where we could potentially become exporters. And with that, this huge opportunity in terms of employment, enterprise, and particularly to benefit rural and coastal communities. And it's something we can't lose sight of as we're working towards the immediate or shorter term goals. So within the department, there is a huge amount of work underway, and I'll just mention 4 of the key areas. And these are, if you like, foundation stones, or these key building blocks that we need to get in place in order to enable the whole sector to move forward. So a big piece I'll talk a little bit more about is the marine planning legislation. I'll also talk about the Offshore Renewable Energy Development Plan, which is a key piece of work that we need to undertake to move to the longer term way we hope to develop the sector. There's a lot of work also underway in terms of grid policy and the Renewable Electricity Support Scheme, but I'm not going to go into either of those in much detail today, given the time available. So I go on to talk about the legislation, and I know some people will be very familiar with this bill and its predecessor, MAFA. It's had quite a tortuous history, I think it would be fair to say. And the reason it has taken quite a long time to get in place is because we're trying to completely overhaul very old legislation, which the Foreshore Act was set or enacted in 1933. And really that old regime, while it's still the current regime, only allows development out to the 12 nautical mile limit. So what we're trying to do with this bill is look at the whole of the offshore resource and develop a streamlined, modern, integrated way of managing development in a sustainable way. And reflecting or referencing back some of the points the Vice Admiral made around public consultation and engagement, that's a critical element underpinning a lot of the work that's going on with this bill. So the vision is that we would have a state consenting regime. And that would include all sectors, not just offshore renewables. And then following that state consent, where you're essentially looking at allowing someone to develop an aspect of the seabed, then the actual development would be dealt with through on board Planola and undergo all the rigorous environmental assessments and so on that are needed to ensure whatever development takes place is done in a sustainable way. So just to give an update on the current status, and it's important to note that this work is being led by our colleagues in Department of Housing, Local Governments and Heritage. I'm often asked, why are they leading this particular legislation? Well, they do have the planning remit, so they manage all terrestrial and marine planning, so they are the lead, doing most of the heavy lifting on this. But we're working very closely with them in terms of the offshore renewable elements. And so we've reached a really significant milestone in the progression of this bill. The bill underwent pre-legislative scrutiny in November and December, and we're awaiting the committee report, which we expect in the next few days. Once that's received, it'll have to be assessed, and any recommendations that are relevant to be incorporated into the bill, and then that will be published and moved through into the Oireachtas. So we're really at a key point where we can see the end line, at least it's in sight, and there's still a good bit of work to get there, but we're well on the way. And in moving from the current foreshore regime to the future regime that will be put in place under the MPDM, we're very cognizant that we need to ensure to leverage the opportunity and to ensure that we can meet those 2030 targets, that we need to ensure there's a pipeline of projects in progress. And so work was undertaken last year between the two departments to define a transition protocol. There was an opportunity for projects that had already initiated work under the foreshore regime to apply, and out of that, 7 projects have been designated relevant projects under this protocol, and they're the first ones that we anticipate will come in through the new consenting regime under the new bill. And they will still have to undergo full assessment in terms of planning and development and an environmental assessment and so on, but they are at least identified and can transition over from the foreshore. But looking at those projects and accepting that there will be some level of attrition and maybe not all of them will make it fully through the system, we won't have enough within those projects to reach those 2030 targets. So we recognise that there is a need to identify a second batch of projects that we're just loosely phrasing the phase 2. So that's work that's currently very much front of our thinking at the moment. We need to define and look at objective criteria that are really going to be robust and very transparent in terms of how we identify the next group of projects that can move from the current foreshore regime to come in through the new one. So that is work that's very much in hand, and we're looking at very closely. So I think if we stand back a little, it's important to understand that these 2 batches of projects are very much work that we're doing while we're transitioning to where we need to get to in the future. So the vision in terms of consenting and managing our offshore space is that we move to a much more plan-led regime. So rather than dealing with individual projects, that we have a process that's much more centralized and defined. And to underpin that work is where the Offshore Renewable Energy Development Plan comes into play. The current plan was first published in 2014. And I know some of you will be familiar with this. It looked at the technology options across a range of zones and locations around the coast. It identified the resource potential of 70 gigawatts in total, which is really very significant. And there was an interim review in 2018 that made a number of recommendations, including some relating to actioning emerging technologies. So we look at this plan now, given that it was published quite a number of years ago, we really view this as critical that we look to update it now. And so there's a number of drivers as to why we might want to progress this work. But principally, we know that there is more data available now. So there's a lot more intelligence, a lot more information. We know there have been a lot of technology advances, and we've heard some from Donna in the earlier talk, but I'm sure there'll be more discussed on this during the course of this morning. And given all of this, we feel that it's really important that we update the RRTP, because this, in our view, will enable us to move to this plan-led regime. So under the legislation, there is this concept of strategic marine activity zones. They're equivalent to the terrestrial SDZs for people who are familiar with that. And what this REDP, when we update it, what it will enable us to do is to stand back and identify those potential areas that could be designated as SMASs. And once we identify those, then we can move to that more plan-led regime, which is really where we'll be able to provide greater certainty and for investment, and there'll be a lot more able to set out the roadmap in terms of future development. So it'll be important for all stakeholders that we move to that regime as soon as possible. So we're currently planning, doing a lot of work and scoping out the work that we need to do here, and we expect to be engaging with stakeholders over the coming months on this. So in conclusion, that's really very, very short snapshot of some of the work underway, but we do recognise we're really at a critical juncture. There is a huge opportunity here, and while I've talked about, why we're doing this in terms of emissions reductions and our move to net zero, I think we shouldn't lose sight of the opportunity as well to really ignite a whole new aspect of work that could benefit coastal communities. There's certainly a lot of opportunities in terms of jobs, supply chain, etc., that we haven't covered in this talk given the time, but we can't lose sight of the bigger picture. And while we're working very much on getting the building blocks in place, a lot of work is being done and needs to be done across government to ensure that we maximise the opportunity, because there is a huge one there for all of us to benefit society. So thank you very much. I hope you found that of use, and good luck for the rest of the morning.
Thank you very much for that, Martina. It's incredibly difficult to squeeze all of the incredible policy developments being undertaken down into 10 minutes. So thank you for doing that. As a planning and environmental consenting lawyer, I'm particularly excited about the streamlining and the revolution as opposed to the evolution going on with the MPDM bill. The single development consent and the single EIA and AA regime is really going to help get development done smoothly, but more quickly fundamentally, and also it's great to get the update in relation to the REDP. I'm sure you could take up a full 2 hours in terms of giving the full update, but that was extremely useful, so thank you. Now we're going to move on across the water to Sue Barr, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about UK policy for emerging offshore renewables. And Sue's well known to many of you from her days here with Open Hydro, and today she's the chair of the UK Marine Energy Council. She's also a board member of Marine Power Systems Limited, Marine Energy Wales, and also the Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum. So Sue, very excited to have you with us today, and I'll hand over to you.
Good morning all. I'm just about to share my screen, and thanks to everybody that's managed to get me live on this system this morning, which has been very interesting and interesting times. I'm very sorry not to be in Ireland with you all, as we all are, but great to be here to give an opportunity to talk about some of the policy perspectives that we are looking at here in the UK. So I'm hoping you can see my screen. And really just to talk you through where we are and what we're doing here in the UK from a policy perspective. As many of you would be aware, the situation in the UK has been very challenging in terms of development of marine energy. We lost access to our revenue systems a few years ago, which has really stalled a lot of our development. And in response to that, it was really critical at that time that the industry came together. And the reason that was important was to present a very strong and consistent position for the sector, but also to respond to government who are asking the industry to speak with one voice. We have here within the wave and tidal sector a diversity of technologies, a diversity of opportunities, and a diversity of ways to deliver the economic benefits. And really to distill those, as we've all understood in the previous presentations, is very challenging. So we set up the UK Marine Energy Council. It really was on the back of the opportunity that the UK has, and we know that there's been a significant amount of technology development here in the UK, looking at deployments at the European Marine Energy Centre, the MAGEN project, the development of more ice, PTEC, and individual deployments around the UK coastline. The UK is a global leader. It is looked at externally as having the largest number of deployments, the largest number of technologies. So we wanted to represent that through the Marine Energy Council and ensure that there was really an opportunity to highlight the advantages and the way forward for the sector. So we have a significant amount of gigawatt hours on the grid in the UK, predominantly from MAGEN and from EMEC. But we also have a significant amount of development, and that in turn builds capacity, it builds learning, it builds ability to develop these projects and look at them from a strategic viewpoint. And we felt that the opportunity for the UK to maintain its lead without a revenue system was challenging. We wanted, as the UK Marine Energy Council, which is over some 35 organisations here in the UK, to represent and to really lobby UK government for a change in that position. So what are the key areas that we're looking at? Really, two or three things the government has asked us to look at. One is our contribution to net zero, so that capacity, how much capacity can we bring to the grid? How much do we need to deliver in that term? And when will that come online? The second is around cost, which is still a leading metric for the UK government in terms of what the capacity will be and how much it will cost. But the third is around the global opportunity. And what we didn't want to do was to describe an indigenous supply chain and an indigenous industry that had no future outside of the UK. We've just gone through Brexit. We needed to look at the global market for this sector. So there are a number of studies, and DONAGH would have related to some of them, in terms of what can be done for the UK sector. And really the arguments around the benefits of anchoring the sector in the receiving market is well known. So we want to prove that there's high levels of UK content, that we can bring down the costs at a rate that is comparable to that of offshore wind, if not quicker, particularly for tidal stream. We're seeing some added benefits in just the types of resources that we're trying to extract from. And we also wanted to describe the UK as a centre for excellence, a centre for building capacity and building learning, and then look out to where projects might develop. So one of the parallels that we've drawn is the oil and gas sector in the North Sea and southern North Sea, where experts and skills have been exportable to other areas. So we feel that's very, very important. I think we've had to be very reactive. We've had to respond to government policy as it has been changing. So the revenue system here in the UK, the main revenue system is the contracts for difference mechanism. We were excluded from that on the basis that our costs were too high. So we had a provision within one of the earlier rounds that allowed for development of wave and tidal technology. That was removed, and I think it's really a timely lesson around how policy needs to meet the needs of innovation technologies at the point that they are ready to deploy. So we saw some removal of that system, which meant that the access to revenue for wave and tidal was removed. And we've been lobbying very hard that that should be reinstated in some way to secure the benefits that I've talked about in terms of high local content, building capacity here in the UK, and really extracting resources from the indigenous wave and tides around the coast of the UK. So we've had a lot of experience in what this means, and the response to policy has had to be, as I said earlier, quite reactive. So around cost, we looked at a report with the Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult. The industry came together, provided data on projection of LCOE, which really demonstrated where our cost projections were going. We've talked about reduction in carbon, how we fit with net zero, a policy to 2050 that's looking at reduction and electrification of our energy system. How does wave and tidal fit with that? And it's really been very much beholden on the industry to provide the data to underpin decision making. And we've only been able to do that in a collaborative approach. So see, these are some of the reports that we've needed to produce, a constant stream of information, data and evidence supporting policy decisions and policy changes within the UK government, but it has required that collaborative approach. I'm going to be very brief, but I do hope that I can take questions at the end. What have we asked for? So the contracts for difference round AR4, which is the administrative round 4, is due to be published in the spring of this year, of 2021. We've asked for a change to the mechanism of the contracts for difference, which would allow the leading projects that we have here in the UK, which are predominantly tidal stream projects, to be included within that revenue system. And we think that will allow for early deployment. What we've specifically asked for is effectively a pot within a pot. So if you imagine competition with offshore wind, which has seen incredible cost reductions over the time scale, is not possible at this scale. So we need some kind of ring-fenced or pot within a pot that allows this technology to come into the water. It has to be competitive, it has to work with that revenue system that is already established here in the UK, but it should be fair to the delivery of tidal stream in the first instance, and we hope in the long term will create a pathway through. So what we're asking for in AR4 is 100 megawatts of deployment. We know that we have about 124 megawatts of planned deployment within the period that would be eligible for AR4, and we're asking for it at an administrative strike price of £250 per megawatt hour. Through the Marine Energy Council, through work with Renewables UK, Scottish Renewables and Marine Energy Wales, who are the industry associations within the UK, we've had strong signals from the Minister that this is probable. Now, that does not mean it will happen, but it does mean that we have a positive position now to look forward to in the spring announcement of AR4. And we're continuing to work with government on what that means and the cost thereof. Prior to that, to those projects that are really close to development, we need a route through from early R&D stage, so capital investment in R&D, through to commercialisation, which is effectively at the CFD end. And what we've proposed at this stage is something called an innovative power purchase agreement. So that bridges the gap between your early stage R&D through to commercial contracts for difference. And the IPPA is a tax rebatable system that would diminish as you build projects. It's sub 5 megawatts, and it would allow for multiple devices in the water. The process for implementing a new mechanism like this is obviously driven by primary legislation, is driven by changes to tax regimes. It's a tax rebatable system where the off-taker really is rebated the difference between a normal strike price for energy up to the higher price for delivering wave and tidal. So a complex system, but one that we're hoping we can work with government to really demonstrate the benefits of driving the innovation through from the R&D level through to commercialisation and securing those benefits. And we know the benefits are extensive. We know supply chain for the marine energy industry is widely dispersed, particularly here in the UK. It is across the whole of the UK area. We know that the knowledge and expertise is exportable, and we know that we have good indigenous resources that we can develop here in the UK. So we need to recognise the unique advantages that marine energy brings to economies. And I think in Ireland, there's an excellent opportunity to do that. We're seeing the legislation, the technologies, the companies, and the thinking on marine energy evolve in a way that will be successful. And we need to support that net zero aspiration. So it's a plea really to us all, whether it's Ireland, France, the UK, the US, and I know that this is an international audience, around collaboration. If we can clearly demonstrate the benefits of this industry, I am sure that revenue support will be given to us. And we need to work constructively to have a route through from early technology development through to commercialisation. And I hope as an international community, we can do that collectively to ensure that we see an industry that derives benefits for all of the countries with those resources that can be developed. So on that note, I'll close, but thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. That was fabulous. And thank you for sharing your knowledge and insights into how we get to where we're going. And as you called it out, it's all about collaboration, and that's the theme that's coming through from every presentation so far. Particularly interested in hearing from you in relation to how does wave and tidal actually fit with the overall net zero ambition, and I'm interested to hear more in relation to your pot within a pot proposal. Just on questions, Peter has reminded me to say that because this is the first time that we're running an online national conference, we are not going to facilitate Q&A because, as Peter said, we must go at a fast clip. But if anyone has any burning questions, I think we'll facilitate those in the context of maybe emails to follow. So without further ado, we now have MATTHIJS SOEDE from the European Commission, and he's going to share with us his insights in relation to the EU support for the new offshore renewable energy technologies, and coming off the back of the publication of this strategy at the end of last year. Dr. MATTHIJS SOEDE, he's a research policy officer in the EU Commission's Energy Directorate, and he has a PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Delft in the Netherlands, and he's worked with the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs before joining the Commission. So MATTHIJS, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak at the forum. Good morning to everybody. Unfortunately, we cannot meet in person, but I hope with the latest developments that we will have this possibility in quite some months' time. I'm invited to speak about the EU opportunities, the funding opportunities, the support given to ocean energy as such, and more in specific renewable energy technologies in general, the offshore. As already mentioned a few times, the offshore renewable energy strategy has been published last year, and on the left side you see how it looks like, a bit dull, boring, but I think it is an interesting document to read, because we are focusing normally only just on ocean energy, but it is broader than this. We have to keep in mind as well that more than a year ago we presented as European Commission the Green Deal, And one of the annexes on the Green Deal was saying, okay, we are going to develop an offshore wind strategy. And I think it was very good that the sector already has been speaking up and also showed the progress in the sector, in the technology development, that a broader approach to this offshore strategy has been taken. So it's not only anymore about offshore wind, it includes as well ocean energy, but maybe in future as well floating PV or maybe bioenergy. What we wanted to do is to set ambitious targets for the growth of the offshore renewable energy sector, encourage public and private investment, and also to have different regions. It's not only about the Atlantic, there are other seas. Think about the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, and of course as well the Baltic. That it's a European approach, and that offshore energy can be, for all the EU member states, very important. It's also to provide a clear and stable legal framework and to be respectful of the environment. It's not only more about just the production, but also to keep an eye on the climate and on the globe. Going now too fast. In fact, in this communication, we had 3 focus areas: maritime spatial planning, grid and market framework, industry, value chain, jobs and research and innovation. It's also to look a bit more overarching. We are, as Admiral Mellett is saying, we're going to use the seas and the oceans, but there are other uses as well, and we have to work in cooperation with the other sectors, and for that reason some planning is really needed. First, the marine spatial planning. The Marine Spatial Planning Directive has been published already in 2014, and all the countries have to present the plans in 2021. What is envisaged as well to push more for cross-border cooperation. That is really very important, that member states are communicating with each other, because the borders at sea are not so clear. We very easily going into each other's space. Ecosystem-based approach is compulsory to think about all the aspects of the ocean and about the sea life and also other uses. Space is in fact one of the main issues for the future developments, and that is very important as well to get the permits. The challenges ahead are slightly in this slide, but what we are trying as well to push is to support multi-use or multi-use of the seas, that several projects are making use of the same spot. We try to align national energy and climate plans and to support the national marine spatial plans. A reinforced sea basin approach, that the different countries around one sea basin are making appointments with each other and try to really have a cooperative approach. At the same time as we published the offshore renewable energy strategy, we have presented as well a guidance on how to implement and to deal with wind and nature legislation. And what is very important, I think, to share practices, which we are doing as well via forums like this. The offshore renewable energy strategy has targets, and as DONAGH already presented what they see as Ocean Energy Europe as possibilities for 2030 and 2050, I think the targeting of your renewable energy strategy are a bit less ambitious, but I think it would be very good when we reach this target, and I think we can be very happy if we indeed reach 1 gigawatt of ocean energy in 2030 and a multiple, the 40 gigawatts in 2050. We can always do more, but we still have to do the first steps and to really go from pre-commercial to commercial stage. And that's not that easy. For that reason as well, we have to invest in research and innovation. And that's what we as Commission has been explaining in this strategy. We would like to support offshore projects. We have to think about, for instance, the grids. It's very important to have a grid which is can be used by all the different renewable energy producers. We are looking to wind, ocean and solar floating technology designs. They have to be improved, more effective, more reliable, more supportive as such. What is important as well, and in our future research and innovation strategy, is also that when we develop things, that we already do things, push for circularity by design, that we already think about the full lifetime concept of devices, of technologies. And that is really that we are not facing at the end issues with the decommissioning, for instance. Now, as Commission, we would like to rethink about the set plan targets on ocean energy, or maybe the actions needed to realize the targets. And one of the most important, it was already said by DONAGH, the Commission would like to work together with the member states and regions, islands, to make the funds available in a coordinated manner. It's not only Brussels providing funding, there is also some national investment needed, but also private investment. And what DONAGH was also already saying earlier, we speak with the European Commission. I think there is a dialogue needed on what exactly is needed to help offshore renewable into the waters, let's say it like that. And by having a dialogue to really understand what are the critical issues which have to be solved to make the targets which we have happen. For now, we have said, okay, let's try to really have 100 megawatts in the water at 2025. We are just at 12 megawatt now. And it takes time to really go to larger farms. EU support mechanisms, you see, there are different possibilities. The Invest EU program, Connecting Europe facility, renewable energy financing mechanism, Recovery and Resilience Fund, the Innovation Fund, and yeah, a bit in my own area, of course, the Horizon Europe program. It takes too much to explain that all, and I think we will have dedicated workshops in the future for you. Very quickly, the Horizon Europe, it has been published or launched this week. Maybe some of you have been following this launch by the Portuguese presidency, and I think it's very cheering up that it is possible to invest in research and innovation, and that it will help to build up growth and jobs for the future. In Horizon Europe, there is a specific cluster on climate, energy and mobility, where ocean energy has its own spot, and we plan to launch the first calls this year. And you see here the topic, we will have something on wave energy demonstration, on demonstration of innovative rotor for the tidal sector, and also a topic on innovative foundations, floating substructure and connection systems for floating PV and ocean energy, a bit broader. And you see some tentative deadlines. It's still all in draft, but this is what we are looking forward in the next months. And I can offer you already to have a dedicated workshop later on, maybe together with the Irish, but also other countries. We are working as well in partnerships. The hydrogen partnership was already, the strategy was already mentioned earlier, but together with the member states, we really like to align national and European funding, and we like to do that in the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, but also in the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. And in both of these partnerships, renewables are mentioned and ocean energy, that we really push for this technology. And what we have as well in Horizon Europe is a mission, the Healthy Ocean, Seas, Coastal and Inland Waters proposal. Mission Board has presented some very ambitious targets for 2025 and 2030, and one of them is decarbonizing our oceans, seas and waters, and that they really see, okay, healthy oceans, we want to restore the ocean energies and waters, but we need as well offshore renewables. So there will be also some support for ocean energy in that respect. It's just a snapshot. It was just 10 minutes max for this presentation. I hope it inspires you, and I really hope to see results that we really see the technology working. And I think it's very important to communicate. I really reiterate that to make policy officers, people, financing, investors interested in the technology, we have to show the good results we have seen. And we are really progressing. Look to where we were 10 years ago and what we are seeing now in the waters. I'm very happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and I did find it inspiring, I'm sure, as did others. Hard to inject inspiration in a 10-minute slot, but you managed to cover an awful lot of ground, so thank you very much indeed. We'll move on, Street, pick up with you now.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yep.
We can hear you loud and clear, yeah.
Okay, the only thing, I'm not seeing a screen share button, I'm afraid, on my screen. But never mind, I only have one slide, so I might just carry on anyway. And there was no text
on it. That's fantastic, Padraig, all the better.
I had a nice picture of a whale to show you all, but not to worry. Okay, so look, I'll kick off then, will I?
Fire away.
Very good. So look, thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you all this morning. This is obviously a very important conference, and it's a very important topic that we're talking about. Just to give you an introduction briefly to myself, my name is Pádraig Fogarty. I work for the Irish Wildlife Trust. The IWT is a non-governmental organisation. We're a charitable body, and we've been working on addressing the biodiversity crisis since 1979. Some of you will be old enough to remember Eamon de Butler and Gerrit van Gelderen. They were some of the people who set up the IWT back in the 1970s, and so that's kind of how long we've been talking about these kinds of things. So I wanted to maybe just talk about the context of marine energy and biodiversity. And as you'll be aware, it's nearly 2 years now since the Dáil declared a climate and a biodiversity emergency. And we all appreciate that this is very pressing, an urgent situation that we need to be getting going on, because we've been talking about it for a very long time and not doing very much about it. But the biodiversity bit of the climate and the biodiversity crisis is very important. They're really two sides to the same coin. And from an ocean point of view, it's particularly worthwhile looking at the interaction, because climate change is one of the biggest threats to life in the ocean. But also the ocean biodiversity has been one of the biggest threats to climate change, because the ocean has absorbed a lot of the heat, it has absorbed a lot of the CO2, and of course the life in the ocean absorbs an awful lot of the carbon. And the life in the ocean is under tremendous pressure at the moment. We have overfishing now for something that's been going on for nearly 200 years and has not abated. We have pollution, we have noise, we have these multiple pressures on the ocean that have to be dealt with in tandem with decarbonising the economy. So so I suppose my message to you all today is that ecologists are 100% behind decarbonisation and the need to deploy renewable energy. And we know that there's an awful lot of problems with renewable energy on land, and we're hoping that the rollout of renewable energy at sea will not meet the same difficulties, because we do want to meet our 2030 targets. However, this must be done in a way that conforms to proper planning. I hate to use the word sustainable development or the phrase, because I think it's kind of meaningless at this point, but there it is. I suppose what we want is good planning. We need to address the climate and the biodiversity emergency bill in tandem. And my warning to you all this morning is that that is not happening. That approach is not being taken, and this is a potential banana skin, I think, for the deployment of renewable energy in the coming decade. Now, we heard earlier this morning about the Marine Planning and Development Bill, which has gone through the Oireachtas pre-scrutiny stage. We're waiting on the report. from the committee, and I believe that a lot of people are expecting this legislation to go through. Now, I can tell you that this bill has been in gestation for a very long time. One of the previous speakers highlighted how, this planning bill, it's been long known that it's been outdated and not suitable for the 21st century. And in 2017, we held a conference on marine protected areas, and we were promised at the time by the government minister responsible that this new planning bill would contain provision for the creation of marine protected areas. Now, marine protected areas are, without going into it in too great detail, you're all probably familiar with the idea of a nature reserve on land. A marine protected area is basically a nature reserve at sea. And it's nearly 20 years since the Irish government committed to protecting 10% of our seas in marine protected areas. And the programme for government commits to protecting 30% of our seas in marine protected areas by 2030. The Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which has also been around for some time, commits us to creating a coherent network of marine protected areas. We don't have that. And there's been really very little progress in progressing that. At the moment, I said we had a target for getting to 10% by 2020. At the moment, we're at about 2.4%. And we're one of the lowest in the world, actually, not just the lowest in Europe, one of the lowest in the world in terms of designating and managing marine protected areas. And so in that context, we were expecting that this Marine Planning and Development Bill would, as we were promised, provide for the creation of marine protected areas, but that is no longer happening. And so you can see our concern about how things are developing, that there is this completely legitimate and understandable rush to roll out renewable energy. But now that is going to happen, it seems, in the absence of marine protected areas. And I was, the previous speaker there from the European Commission highlighted that the ecosystem-based approach is compulsory. It's not an optional add-on. It's not something that's nice to have after we've done all this development. It is compulsory. And at the moment, we're not compliant with that requirement. We also have the Marine Spatial Plan, which we are due to submit to the European Commission next month. I can tell you from the NGO point of view, that plan is not compliant with the requirements of the law because it just fails to identify marine protected. And so I think that is something that the industry should be very concerned about because if we get the Marine Planning and Development Bill through in its current form, and we press ahead with the development aspect of it in the absence of marine protected areas, then we fear that the planning regime will be outside the law and will be subjected to judicial review, and we'll end up with a planning mess, which I think none of us wants to see happen. So I suppose there are two things coming out of that. Number one is, the impact of marine energy on biodiversity. Like any kind of infrastructure, offshore wind can have negative impacts on biodiversity, particularly in the Atlantic Ocean. We're not quite sure what those impacts might be, but I can tell you that NGOs are concerned about the potential effects that turbine banks might have on bird populations and on whale and dolphin populations in particular. And so it'll be very important that any environmental impacts assessment fully assess the potential impacts on biodiversity, and we hope that it can be planned without having those negative impacts. Of course, I personally believe that these things can be done without unduly impacting on biodiversity, and I hope it can be done, and in fact it needs to be done in that way. So that's why I'm highlighting again the importance of having our marine protected areas in tandem. And I suppose that comes to maybe the final point of my talk to you this morning is what what can we be doing at this stage? Things are happening very, and we're hoping that the Oireachtas committee will make a recommendation around marine protected areas, but it's looking like the bill will proceed without marine protected areas, and the government will propose a separate bill for MPAs. And of course, this, gives us cause for despair, because we know how long this process can take, and basically this can be kicked into the long grass. So I hope the industry can support us in our work to lobby for really urgent prioritisation of the creation of marine protected areas, so that this process can proceed in tandem with the planning process, and that we'll get to 2030 with not only a decarbonised electricity system, but also the restoration and the recovery of marine life in our ocean well underway at that stage. So thank you once again to the conference for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much indeed, Padraig, for your insights. And I think you raise interesting and valid concerns in terms of biodiversity being another key component of what we need to respect to deliver. And I suppose in the context of getting to net and the incredibly ambitious targets, the MPAs play a key role in that, and I think it's a difficult balance to strike, and one for a much longer conversation, whereby we are moving and transitioning from a developer-led model to a plan-led approach that Martina would have spoken to us about earlier in the context of the OREDP. So a difficult balance to get right, and one that I think is certainly being looked at. We obviously have some MPAs, but as you say, there are more to be designated. But it's the striking the balance, I believe, as in collaboration to ensure that we can meet our targets and yet protect biodiversity. So yeah, thank you very much for that contribution. I think we are now good to go with Patricia in relation to the SEAI's take on offshore renewables. So without further ado, Patricia, hand over to you.
Thanks, Danielle, and thanks, Padraig, for stepping in. I really appreciate that. Apologies for the issues. Anyone who knows me knows I'm no tech whiz, so yeah. Thanks to Chris for saving the day as well. So I'm just going to give a bit of an update on the work that SEAI have been doing in this space. My name is Patricia Comiskey. I'm the Programme Manager for Offshore Energy in SEAI. And we've been working in the space for quite a number of years. Many of you would remember former colleagues in the space working, Declan Mealy, Owen Sweeney. So I just wanted to run through the programme as it stands today and give you a bit of a sense of the work and the priorities that we've been developing and evolving over the last year in particular. Sorry, Chris, I think you need to go to the next slide. Yeah, so these are the kind of areas that we have focused on and we are focusing on for the past year and the coming period. There's, I suppose, a continuing programme to support research in this space. We've always been very involved and engaged in the infrastructure support, and in particular ensuring that we have appropriate test site facilities for the industry to test technologies. So we've been working very closely with Lear, with Jimmy Murphy down in Cork and his team, with the Smart Bay test site in Galway Bay with John and Alan, and ensuring that we can progress the development of that site. And on our own site, the Amit site off Mayo. We also have in place research funding programs. So the PDF was mentioned earlier on by DONAGH, and that's certainly something that we are looking at how we can to reopen that and develop it. But to something that's appropriate for industry needs. In the meantime, we do have access to research funding through what's called the RDD grant system. And there is a call due to be issued this year in February, this month, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that. We also do quite a bit of policy support, so supporting the department in the development of the OREDP, the Climate Action Plan, and other areas where we've become more recently engaged in, and that's due to, say, new team members coming in. We've talked a lot already about collaboration and the need for engagement, and it's, you know, engagement within the industry, but also engagement with our peers and other departments. So we've worked quite comprehensively within the national space and the international space on building relationships in other relevant fora. And I'll be talking a little bit more on the European projects and how we've progressed and engaged with our project partners in other jurisdictions. Next slide there, please, Chris. So this is the team as we currently stand, and I suppose I wanted to just give a bit of time on this because obviously there's a few new faces there since we would have last met at MRIA last year, and we've been building the team and our capacity to ensure support both in the ocean energy space, but also in the offshore wind space. So for instance, Shadi Kalash from a UCD fellow who's just joined us in the last year, has been working a lot on the research priorities for offshore wind, but also has been assisting on, say, cabling opportunities for the AMETS test site. Anne-Marie Smith has been with us since the summertime, and she's comes from the oil and gas industry, has a lot of offshore experience, so has been helping us with developing out the surveys on the AMETS site, also looking at a long-term strategy for floating offshore wind and the AMETS EIA-OR. So we're basically planning a new EIA-OR as part of the Float project. Rachel is probably known to some of you. She's been working on the OceanSet project, and I'll be talking about that. And Joyce, I'm sure, is known to most of you because she's been with the team for a number of years now and is leading on a Float AMETS and will be our technical expert on the team. So next slide there, please, Chris. So I just want to talk a little bit about some of our European projects in particular that we're involved in. And again, there's been a lot of talk of collaboration, and the Open project, that is what the premise of it. It's about developing collaborative connections within the sector, but also across sectors. And the idea for this actually arose from Peter Coyle and the likes, speaking to Declan Mealy and Jan and Brona. So there was basically discussions on how we could ensure better collaboration with the industry. I think there is already a good process of collaboration amongst agencies and you know, our counterparts in other jurisdictions, but it's difficult to encourage or to provide a platform, I suppose, for collaboration for SMEs. I mean, there's challenges with that from the point of view just of the capacity to not only develop your own technology in your own business, but also to find the time to meet and network with other companies. So the Open project was set up to allow that. And the target had been to bring in about 200 members, and we've now got 397 members. We have had to move to a more virtual offering. When the project first set up, it was about trying to ensure networking opportunities for companies and face-to-face meetings, but that hasn't been possible in the last year. But we've still managed to run quite a number of successful events. We had 12 events last year, and we're planning 14 this year. And we also managed to encourage collaboration and networking amongst companies through the likes of NISA tender bid and also work on offshore foundations. So there's been quite a lot of successful outcomes from this project. But one thing I'd like to, I suppose, appeal to this audience on is there's a huge opportunity here for Irish companies to get more involved with their French counterparts and Scottish counterparts and Dutch and Belgian counterparts, but also there's a huge opportunity for Irish companies to get access to expertise in those areas. So for instance, a number of our partners like ORIC in the UK, DMEC in the Netherlands, and Fraunhofer in Germany offer opportunities for companies to have their technology assessed and to give recommendations on next steps. So there's different tools and mechanisms that we could use to support the development of your technology, but also to support the collaboration amongst projects. And we really would suggest that you get in touch with the Open Project and have a look at the different tools on offer, and all of the supports are free. So it is something that I think could be really beneficial for many Irish companies, and we're probably not tapping into it as much as we should do. Certainly our French and UK companies, we're seeing a lot more footfall than with the Irish companies. So I would definitely appeal to you to have a look at the Open Project and see how it can benefit you. Next slide, please, Chris. The other project that we've been leading on over the last number of years is a project called OceanSet, and this project's all about trying to encourage better understanding of what's happening in different countries in order to meet set plan targets. And there's a number of targets that we're all moving towards, and the end game is to try and reduce LCOE for wave and tidal technologies. But we also now need to look at the targets that have been set in the offshore strategy and see how we can align to those, and look at how we can, across the member states, develop actions to move towards this 100 megawatts by 2025. So we've been working really closely with the Commission and the set plan secretariat to see how we can actually do this, and how we can encourage better action within the member state to realise the targets that have been set. As part of this, we are involved in a lot of data gathering, and we've been gathering data across Europe and all the different projects that have been funded. And we would have reached out to quite a number of you, and thanks to all of you who have participated in the questionnaires and the surveys. And the reason we are asking for this information is to inform us. If information is fed into the project, it is absolutely confidential. No one else gets to see this information, and if it is reported out, it's amalgamated, and we always ensure that it can't be identified. An individual project can't be identified. So we would appeal again to developers to, I suppose, engage in this process, help us by providing the information that we've been asking for, because if we have better information, we can inform and make better policy decisions. And the knock-on effect is, we look, as MATTHIJS says, we can, by working together, we can shape better supports for the sector. So next slide there, please, Chris.
1 minute warning.
Okay, thank you. So the last project I want to talk about, and I'll just skip over this because I have only a minute, is the Afloat project. And this is a project to look at floating offshore wind, and we're working on the Amet site to develop this project. If we go to the next slide there, Chris, please. And basically where we focused a lot in the last year is on our ecological surveys, our EIR, development of that to put the technology on site, and then the cable procurement. So that's where SEAI has focused its work. I'm just going to skip to the next slide because I really want to talk about the RD&D program. And actually, I might even go to the next slide. So the RDD program is a program of research that is available and open to the industry. We are due to have a call in February. So what I would suggest to people, if you're interested in looking at funding opportunities, and certainly there would be opportunities for the wave and tidal sector in particular, but also for floating wind and floating solar, is to email us at the energy research at SEAI. Actually, if you go to the next slide, it shows the email address, and you'll be put into, you'll be put on the contact list. There's also information on the size of the projects that will be funded and the types of topics that we'll be looking at. So I'd certainly suggest to anybody who's looking for funding for projects to consider this as an opportunity for them, and it will be open. This year we have had an increase in budget, so there's some really good news there, but it's something that definitely I'd suggest for the industry to consider as an opportunity for projects. And if we go to the last slide, this just shows the research database, which gives an indication of the different types of projects that have already been funded. So it might just give an indication to potential applicants on the types of projects that we are supporting. So thank you.
Patricia, fantastic. Thank you very much. And you'll have all heard Patricia's plea, along with SEAI's plea for information, so that they can help you in terms of informing and developing future be the platform to unleash all of the future development of the sector. And there are a plethora of programs and plans ongoing with SEAI. They've ramped up their team in the same way that the sector needs to ramp up. So, reach out to the SEAI and Patricia. So thank you very much, Patricia. So now we'll move on to Pat Brennan. And Pat is going to give us Cork Dockyard's plans for offshore renewable energy and their vision for the future. And the port and the dockyards have a key role to play in the rollout of the sector and development of offshore wind in particular, both in terms of O&M and construction in the port. And I think Pat is in the lucky position to be able to cover the east and southern coast for the sector as a whole. So he's the commercial director and the main board member of Doyle Shipping Group, and commercial director also of the Cork Dockyard Limited. So Pat, over to you for your insight, please.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay. Can you see that, Chris?
That's perfect, all set.
Okay, very good. Thanks again, Danielle. So yeah, so look, just a little bit of detail on Doyle Shipping Group first. So the company is operating for just over 140 years at this stage. It's second generation, owned by two cousins from Cork, Conor and Frank Doyle. We employ about 650 people on the island of Ireland. And just moving on, this gives you an idea of the locations in Ireland that we cover. So the ones that are highlighted in the heavier is where we have our own direct offices. So Belfast, Green Port is the only private port in the country. We're in Dublin, also Cork and Cove, Feenet Foynes and Limerick. We also operate out of a lot of the other ports, particularly when it comes to offshore wind. So the services that we offer are shipping and terminal management, ships agency, freight forwarding, and within that, then there's various other parts to our business, like stevedoring, ship repair, and that's where the renewable energy projects come into it as well as cruise lines and ship agency business that we do. Just from our point of view as Doyle Shipping, we started to handle turbines in around the year 2000. These were the onshore wind turbines. We started actually in Foynes with Vestas. And in the last 21 years, we've worked for all of the companies you see on the slide there. So Siemens, Nordex, Vestas, GE, Enercon, Senvion, and we would have had coverage in all the ports in Ireland handling turbines for the last 21 years. It brought us then in 2013 into the offshore wind side of it. So through our facility in Belfast, we were lucky enough to win the first project, which was in 2013. It was 108 turbines, each was 2.3 megawatts, which at the time seemed a lot, but now those machines are quite small. We also then used our expertise that we had gained in Belfast, and we moved across to Germany for a number of months with Siemens, and our guys worked on a couple of projects over there. Came back then to Belfast again in 2016 with the Burbo Bank project, and then the Walney extension in 2017. In 2017, the size of the turbines was 8 megawatts, so huge jump from 2013 to 2017, and obviously everyone's now preparing for the next jump, which could go up to 15 megawatts. So the various services that we offered in Belfast was ship agency, stevedoring and terminal handling. So handling not only the turbine pieces, but also the foundations, which were in these circumstances, the transition pieces and monopiles. That gives you a look at the west of Duddon Sands project. What you see in there is a jack-up vessel that's coming in, picking up foundations, transition pieces and monopiles. And that project was in the just off the Liverpool coast. It was 108 and it went on for well over a year in Belfast. Very successful. You'll see there that that ship is what they call jacked up on the water. So you need deep water. In the case of Belfast, it's over 11 meters in order to successfully get those in and loading on those foundations onto those type ships. Again, this was the Burbo Bank project, and what you see in front of you is blades. So we're discharging blades off a vessel, and in some cases those blades now are over 100 meters in length and will get a lot longer. That gives you an overview of Belfast in 2013, and you'll see there that the foundations on one side and the turbine pieces are on the other. But those turbines were 2.3 megawatts. What we're going to see coming in the future are going to be huge in comparison to that, in relation to the foundations and to the actual turbine pieces. So talking about Cork Harbour, we own a dockyard in Cork Harbour, which is in the bottom left-hand corner. It's a 44-acre site. You can see how close it is to the entrance to Cork Harbour. On the right-hand side, you can see Ringaskiddy Terminal, and also you can see the National Maritime College as well. So a huge area, and there's huge potential, we feel, in Cork Harbour, and especially when you're talking about offshore wind. Let that be fixed or floating. So it just gives you another look at our terminal from another angle, and you'll see what's on the quay there in that present time was Liebherr container cranes. So Liebherr used the yard to pre-assemble container cranes before they ship them all over the world. So this is our plan for the dockyard that you have just seen. So we've taken our experience in Belfast, and we've looked at potentially what we would need. We've spoken to some of the developers, and we've come up with, this is our initial plan, and I've no doubt it's going to change, but I think it's something that ticks a lot of the boxes for particularly the floating wind side of it. So you can see there's one floater alongside. It would be our plan that we would be able to have two floaters alongside at any given time. There's 12 meters of depth at any given time, and the floater you see in the picture there has got a draft of 11 meters. So the quays would all have to be strengthened, and it's all part of our plan. And you'll see there we have turbine pieces on the quay. We have a ro-ro ramp, which is very important. So the turbine pieces would come in from Denmark, Germany, could be from the Far East. We would place them on the quay and then pre-assemble them ready to go back out to the site. And they can be towed then from Cork Harbour right out to the site. As we know, there's a few really exciting projects just outside Roche's Point. What you see in front of you is probably going to be an investment required of maybe 110 million, but it certainly would be future-proof then for the next 25, 30 years. It can also cater then for the operations and maintenance. And at the end of all that, potentially we could turn it into a terminal again within the port area. These are the projects that obviously that we are keeping an eye on, and from our green ore port hat as well, we would feel that there's a good opportunity for operations and maintenance there. But the big potential as we see it is Cork Dockyard. If we invest, we feel pretty confident that we can win some of these projects that are in the Celtic Sea. So again, from our point of view, we see it, our dockyard facility, as a potential operations and maintenance facility, a pre-assembly hub for both fixed and floating turbines, also an economic hub. If you know, by joining with Port of Cork, and I've said underneath collaboration with other companies such as Green Rebel and Mainport, I think when you piece everything together, we have a really good offering to the market. And you know, we've started that process, and I think it will be hopefully very successful into the future. So thank you very much. I hope that was okay and I didn't overrun time.
Pat, that's super. Thank you very much. I think it's always great to see the action on the ground because we can spend such a long time talking about policy, which we need to do to get it right. But fantastic to see the various capabilities that you guys have in relation to facilitating the development of the sector. So thank you very much.
Sure.
So we'll move on now to Patrik Mollere, who's CEO of Corpower, and they're a leading wave energy technology developer. And Patrik is going to take us back up to the very highest level again on a global scale and give us his views on the opportunity for ocean energy, having heard from Cork, bringing it local and also a national scale and international scale. It's now over, European scale. It's now over to you, Patrick, to give us the biggest of big pictures. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for that. Patrik Mollyer here from Corpower Ocean. So we are a developer of high efficiency wave energy converters, but now speaking about the global opportunity here of ocean energy, where we see a clear key role that ocean energy can take to enable the transition to 100% renewables. And wave energy, we're speaking about here, it's a huge opportunity. We're talking about 500 gigawatts on a global basis, around 10% of global electricity need. So the largest untapped source of clean energy, which is out there. And so it's about the same opportunity as all the nuclear capacity of the world today or all the hydro capacity. But what makes it then really interesting as well is the much more consistent and complementary production profile compared to wind and solar. And when we look at the large oceans such as the Atlantic or the Pacific, you have then weather system which is working for multiple days of fetching the wind into creating waves, which is smoothing and concentrating the power flow so that when the waves hit the coasts of Ireland in this case, what you have is a very consistent flow and also which has a very low correlation to the wind of the day or the hour when the waves hit. And that creates a very unique opportunity to create natural grid balancing and essentially filling the gaps when it's not windy and not sunny. This last week in Northern Europe, we've seen a lot of cold weather, almost no wind, and there's been huge price spikes in many of the electricity systems. And that's a situation which we can only expect to increase when we go towards the high levels of penetration of intermittent renewable sources to 100% renewable energy systems. If we look at some examples of plots, this is from California, where we studied these weather systems a lot. This is 2018 data, actual production of PV and wind. You can see a typical week in October in this case. You can see the variability, obviously, of the sun going up and down and then the winds. The dark blue curve has been created on a wave production profile based on 4 measurement buoys along the Californian coast with the same time scale. And what you can see is a much more flat, consistent production profile, which is one of the key things that makes wave energy stand out in the electricity systems. If you put some statistics onto this previous plot, you can just see you take all the hours of 2018 data and you look at the chance of having a variability in current power output for more than 25% compared to current levels. You can see that over 6-hour horizon, wind and solar has somewhere between 35 and 30% probability to actually change more than 25% at any given point in time. Whereas wave energy only has a few percentages of probability for that to happen. And that really makes a quantified view of how much more stable, how much more consistent the wave energy resource is compared to wind and solar. So it's much closer to base load, to a flat production profile compared to wind and solar. And that gives a big value into the future electricity market. But then the question is, how big is the value? So we spent quite a bit of efforts quantifying the value of that production profile. Here we've worked in a study together with an electricity system expert called DSOLV with researchers from MIT and Princeton. They've taken 12 wave buoys along the US West Coast and used 2011 weather data, and then input all the cost projections for PV, for wind, for our wave energy technology, and all storage technologies, including batteries, hydrogen, and so on, and then let the model find the combination energy mix which gives the lowest cost system to reach zero carbon. And what it finds in this case is that if you add 55 gigawatts of wave energy into the US West Coast, you can reduce the total size of the electricity system by 24 gigawatts. So meaning that 79 gigawatts of solar and wind is removed from the system by adding 55 gigawatts of wave.
And that is because wave at a much larger portion of time is producing when it's needed to match supply to demand in the systems. That is really the unique opportunity that ocean energy is offering to reach a balanced system at the lowest possible cost. And in all the studies we've done, this combination always beats the cost of wind, solar and storage when you achieve a large portion of the balancing on the production level already, natural grid balancing from the sources. If you look in Ireland, it's one of the best wave resources of the world, as we know. You can also see here, this is a paper from John Ringwood. On the west coast and the southwest coast, there's a very low correlation between the waves coming in of the day and the winds of the day. And that gives this nice non-correlated profiles that gives complementarity and opportunity to balance the Irish electricity system. So in days when it's not windy, you can fill out those gaps with wave energy. So summarizing it, we should see the ocean not only as a source of clean energy, also as one of the largest storage units on Earth. So adding wave energy in that sense offers a path to achieve the lowest cost to a fully decarbonized electricity systems. And making use of the complementary production profiles gives a smaller and less costly total electricity system with less generation, less storage, and less grid capacity required to fully decarbonize our economies. And with the complementary production profiles, there's also great opportunities to develop combined farms with floating wind and wave. In this example here, we see one of our 10 megawatt wave clusters combined with floating wind turbines. We're developing our technologies to be plug and play with the electrical architecture of typical offshore wind farms, where you can make use of the natural time shift between the resources, possibly export the power through common export cables and substations to reduce the capex, but also developing the projects, doing the permitting and the consenting on the combined area, and you get a better use of the space, which Matthijs mentioned in the previous presentations, by combining technologies here. So in Corpower, we have been developing wave technology since the 2010s, and we are now getting close to making the technology fully bankable. We are now this year putting our first full-scale system in the ocean in Portugal. And we are going to go through one more stage of a pilot demonstration with a 4-device array between 2022 and 2024. And by 2024, we will have a bankable type certified product ready to start building out farms in volume. We're doing our current demonstrations in Portugal, and there we are working closely with a number of large utilities and project developers, Simply Blue Energy being one of them, and we will hear more from Sam today, speaking about the Western Star project and the Irish West Coast. We are developing this project here in a site called Agusadora, which is just north of Porto, and where we built out a base also to show the supply chain, how we can deliver large-scale volumes in wave energy from small ports, and we have developed a mobile factory concept for producing our composite hulls and wave energy, which is demonstrated in the port of Viana do Castelo, just north of Agusadora there. We're working towards a cost curve, which clearly brings us to a competitive cost of energy. We have a clear path down towards 30 euros per megawatt hours. After about 600 megawatts cumulative in the market, we expect to be between 60 and 65, which makes it fully competitive with wind and solar, considering the balancing effect, the grid value that wave energy delivers. To get there, we need support, or our customers need support from policy to build the early commercial arrays that is needed to drive the volumes down to the point when the technology is competitive on its own. And we hope that Ireland can lead that effort in putting policy support together that gets the earlier race into the water. Thank you.
Super, Patrick. Thank you very much for that indeed. It's always invigorating to get the entrepreneurial insight into what's happening in the water, and it's very exciting for you that you're there with your first demo going into the water now imminently. So thank you for all of those insights. I am going to wrap up session 1 now. We have lost a little bit of time, so we're very keen to buy it back. So can I invite you all to make the dash to your kitchens? We should be able to have our coffee break in shorter time than normal because we're not traveling outside to get it. And if I could ask you to be back again, we're going to kick off session 2 at 11:05. And can I just extend a huge word of thanks to each and every one of our speakers for session 1 this morning. I think they've, in a very short space of time, given us a tremendous oversight of what's happening and what needs to happen and what's on the cusp of happening to make Ireland, who is such a small country, when you see the map of the world, that has the potential to pack such a tremendously large punch because of the resource available to us. So thank you very much for joining in on session 1, and we look forward to seeing you for session 2 at 11:05.
Welcome back, everybody. And first and foremost, I want to thank Danielle for her masterful control and management of session 1.
Peter, you're on mute. Let's just put you on mute, sorry.
Oh, sorry, everyone. You're welcome back. I want to thank Danielle for her masterly chairing of session 1. It was the best policy session we've had in years. Gives me great hope for the future, grounds for hope for the future. And I want to move on to what for many people is the meat of the forum, which is projects and technology. And I'm delighted to introduce as the chair of the session, Colm de Burke, who is the R&D manager of the ESB. Colm's a mechanical engineer. He spent most of his career with ESB, the Irish utility, and he's a very well-known figure in ocean energy because he's been involved in one way or another with this industry since it started. So over to you, Colm, and thank you.
No, thank you very much, Peter, and I'm delighted to be here to chair this session 2 of the MRIA Forum 2021, and I hope everyone managed to get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee in the short period of the break. Because if you thought the first session was busy, we've an even busier session planned in session 2. So the first session really set the policy landscape in terms of what's happening. Donagh talked about what's happening in terms of the European ambition for renewable offshore energy. Martina talked about the policy framework that's under development in Ireland, in particular the MPDM bill. Sue talked about developments in the United Kingdom. MATTHIJS talked about the support and the intention in European Commission in terms of supporting ocean energy. And then we had PADRAIG talking about the importance of biodiversity and the importance of environmental management with projects, which is a key consideration on any project. Patricia then talked about the role of SEAI and their support for marine renewable energy. Pat talked about the Cork Dockyard and the huge ambition that they have and the huge capability that they have to deliver on the ambition that's laid out in Ireland. And then finally, Patrick talked about the global ambition of wave energy and really how wave energy can integrate into other forms of energy to create baseload power. So this session, in session 2, we're going to really get under the bonnet of both technologies and also projects. And we're going to look at a number of different technologies that are under development. We're going to be looking at wave energy. We're going to be looking at tidal energy. We're going to be looking at floating offshore wind. And we're also going to be looking at floating solar. And you'll hear about the technologies that are under development in each of those sectors. And we're also going to be hearing about key projects because while policy is really, really important, the industry delivers with projects. So we're going to hear about a number of flagship projects and significant projects that are under development and are really going to drive forward the ambition over the coming decade. And then finally, we're going to hear about supply chain companies who are really kind of building up their capability to develop their offerings to the market to be able to support large infrastructural projects, large wave and tidal projects, and floating offshore wind projects. And really that's where the economic opportunity is for Ireland. Now, we've a packed agenda. We've got 13 speakers. So each speaker has 10 minutes, and I really need the speakers to keep to that time if I can ask them to do that. And I think Chris is there in the background. Chris might give a warning with 1 minute to go. And if we have anybody running over, we will need to cut them, unfortunately, but hopefully we won't get to that. And hopefully we don't have any technical issues either, and we've been really good so far, and Chris is looking after that in the background. We won't have any time for Q&A, but for any particular questions or feedback, please email them in, and we will be responding back after the conference in terms of any clarifications or indeed any questions. So with that, I hope everybody's ready. I hope they have a full mug of coffee or a full mug of tea, and we'll get on to our first speaker. So our first speaker is Pearse Flynn, and Pearse is the founder of Green Rebel Marine. And Green Rebel Marine is a company established to deliver offshore renewable energy supply chain services for projects. And they're an example of a fantastic Irish company who are really gearing up for this opportunity. Pearse is a serial entrepreneur with a background in the electronics industry and also in credit management. And an interesting side note here is that at one stage he had ownership of Livingston Football Club in Scotland. Now, I don't think we're going to have time to get into Scottish football, but really Pearse is here to talk about the new venture and the exciting future that Green Rebel Marine have. So over to you, Pearse.
Pearse just appeared and disappeared. Val, if you're there.
Yep, I'm here, ready to go.
Thank you.
Okay. Great, can you see that?
That's all good, yep.
Brilliant. Thank you, Colin, for the introduction to the session. It was a fantastic morning this morning, and hats off to Danielle for chairing such a huge range of topics, and in particular, I think amazing to hear Peter's opening that this is 12 years into the MRIA, and to hear Mark Mellett's absolutely fantastic overview of where we are. It's a really, really exciting time, and I suppose it's just really sad not to be suffering there with you all in Dublin, not just because of the lack of oxygen in the room and the high octane of the event, but because of the generosity that usually is related to the MRIA Forum dinner the night before. So to speak to you this morning on the Emerald floating offshore wind project, I suppose what we've seen in relation to offshore wind in particular is just staggering rates of growth, growing at an annual rate of 19%. And within that context, enormous opportunities with regards to floating wind opening up. So in particular, we can see rapid development of floating foundations in water depths over 80 meters, which of course is a huge opportunity for Ireland, given the vastness of our marine territory. I think it's really important to note that floating offshore technology, it's not an emerging technology anymore. This technology is now in an early commercial phase. And what we're seeing is development at volume, bringing scales down, and learning rates applying the whole time, to the point where, for example, according to Wind Europe, and recently in terms of the ORE catapult report and our own internal assessment, we know that floating wind will be cost competitive with bottom fixed by the end of this decade. So there's an extraordinary opportunity in terms of this sector for Ireland. And, you know, Colm, you said this session was about flagship projects, and arguably the Emerald project is an extremely important and very significant flagship project off the south coast, and the Emerald project is tapping into all of those opportunities. It's a project that was developed by Simply Blue Energy, and I was delighted to join Simply Blue last summer as a director. I'm speaking today in the capacity of project managing director of the Emerald joint venture company, which I'll come back to in just a moment. So this project, in terms of the essence of it, it's 1 gigawatt of floating wind off the south coast, off the coast of Cork, strategically located in the vicinity of the Kinsale gas field, which is currently being decommissioned by Kinsale Energy, in water depths of, on average, about 92 metres, with wind speeds of about 10 metres per second, so at really good wind yield capacity, and really importantly, a minimum distance to shore. And the key, I suppose, shoreline in terms of headland is the Old Head of Kinsale at 35 kilometre distance. So really positive in terms of minimising issues in relation to visual impact, and really strategic in being in a location where there has been capacity thus far servicing the offshore sector out of Cork Harbour. The Emerald joint venture company and partnership was announced last week. We're absolutely delighted with the incredible reaction that we have received with regards to the announcement of Shell acquiring a 51% stake in the Emerald portfolio and joining forces with Simply Blue Energy to deliver this project over the next number of years. And Shell brings a huge depth of knowledge and experience and capacity to make floating wind now an absolutely reality. Shell have over 50 years of working in offshore. They've over 20 years of working in offshore wind in particular, in the UK and elsewhere. And really importantly, Shell have a fantastic track record in floating wind, not least with the Gua-Belle-Île project off Brittany, with their acquisition of Shell Eolfi a couple of years ago, and with their investments in technology. I know CIAN Conroy is going to be speaking later in relation to Principal Power Technology, for example. As well as that, Shell bring a huge amount to the table in relation to their interest in and their knowledge of alternative routes to market, and particularly green hydrogen production, which is of interest for this project also. The project is divided into two steps, a 300 megawatt step and a 700 megawatt step. The projects are named Sirius and Endurance after, I suppose, our ship naming convention within Simply Blue Energy, Sirius being the first steamship to cross the Atlantic, and Endurance being that infamous ship that is synonymous with Ernest Shackleton's adventures in the South Atlantic and in the Antarctic. Emerald is at an early stage of development. A huge amount of work has been done in terms of site identification and feasibility studies. We submitted our foreshore site investigation application last year. Huge amount of work underway with fisheries liaisons. Mark O'Reilly is pictured there with our project and consenting manager, Clodagh McGrath. Aerial surveys due to commence. Landfall options underway. Stakeholder engagement really important for us, and considerable amount of outreach and discussions and awareness raising in terms of the opportunities of this project, and a number of obviously engineering studies across all aspects of technology, foundations, moorings, cables, etc. underway. Really importantly, Sirius 300 megawatt to be delivered by 2030. That's a key timeline and target for us. It is contingent, obviously, on the marine area consent milestone being reached in the context of the Marine Planning and Development Management Bill. So we would urge to continue with the great work that's been done at government level in terms of making that a priority and delivering that to the development community in the not too distant future. It is absolutely critical that there is an understanding and awareness and appreciation that floating is a reality, and that projects beyond the Irish Sea are key to meeting the government target of 5 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. And we would advocate for that very, very strongly. And critical in terms of enabling factors is the work that needs to be done by EirGrid, for example, in relation to connecting wind for the south and the west coast, and those studies to be prioritised also. The last slide is in relation to just reflecting on the benefits of a project like Emerald and the other floating projects in the Celtic Sea. The supply chain impacts of floating offshore wind are just phenomenal. It's a game changer for Ireland. It's a game changer at the local level for Cork Harbour. In the Airwind study, we estimated that between 12 and 13,000 direct and indirect jobs would come from 6.5 to 7.3 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, with a GVA of €2 billion. So these are, you know, opportunities for a whole new industrial sector for Ireland. There has been phenomenal announcements from Cork Harbour at the local level, and you'll hopefully hear later from PEARSE in relation to Green Rebel Marine. You heard earlier in terms of Doyle Shipping Group and Pat Brennan and the work that they're doing in relation to the dockyard. All of that is really important for us to be able to progress and proceed with the projects in a timely way. It's also really important in terms of a good news story at a time when, you know, the economy in the country is struggling with regards to COVID, and this is all about the new Green Deal and building back better. There's huge opportunities in Cork Harbour. There'll be an announcement next week on a study, Cork Harbour Ready to Float 2025. And a huge amount of collaboration underway now in terms of partners in transition with regards to concepts around a Cork Hydrogen Valley. So the Emerald project will feed into all of that and really essentially being that flagship project that Colm alluded to earlier on. So on behalf of our partners in terms of Shell and Simply Blue Energy, from Simply Blue Energy Kinsale, thanks a million.
You're mute. You're mute, Colm.
No, can you hear me now?
That's you.
Okay, that's great. And thank you very much, Val, for that update. And I must apologise for not having the opportunity to introduce you at the beginning of your presentation. But I think everybody knows you, Val. I think they know the contribution, significant contribution that you have made to marine renewable energy over many years, both in UCC and in IMERC, and it's great that that experience is now coming to fruition.
Sure, he'll turn me on as the presenter.
With Simply Blue Energy. And I think it's also fantastic that a startup company like Simply Blue Energy is now moving to the big scale. I think the investment by Shell in that project is a significant milestone, and hopefully that project, flagship project in the Celtic Sea, will go from strength to strength. So we look forward to further updates on that project over the coming years. So thank you very much for that, Val. I think I'll need to go to my technical assistant, Chris, now. Have we got Pierce there?
From Green Rebel Marine next.
That's great. Okay, Pierce, I gave you a great introduction there a number of moments ago. So just to introduce again, Pierce Flynn, founder of Green Rebel Marine. So over to you, Pierce.
Okay, thank you very much, Colm, for the introduction. I hope everybody can hear me. If you can see me, I need to apologize because this is what I'm an advert at the moment for not cutting your own hair during lockdown, because I tried to cut my own hair, so it's a pretty bad exercise. Listen, we're delighted to be able to talk at the forum today, and we really want to talk about, you know, to following on from Val. I know it was meant to be the other way around, but actually Val has teed me up quite nicely. We are here to support, to build a services industry that supports the success of the offshore renewables energy industry in Ireland. So we have invested right now £14 million in a period. We are hiring people, so the job announcement that we made about 100 jobs in Cork Harbour is real. So if you talk about our mission really is to move with the industry as it moves forward. So I can talk about O&M, but O&M is not going to be needed in this industry for 6-7 years. So where are we right now as a support industry? So our mission is moving. So our mission at the moment is really to support the site investigation works that are required by developers across the Irish landscape. So you've heard of the movie Trains, Planes and Automobiles. For us, it's planes, boats, and floats. So that's really where we are in terms of an industry. So we're looking to really help the industry, but we're looking at it with a different business model, and I'll come on to that a little bit as we go forward. So we've got our headquarters in Cork Harbour. For any of you been in Cork Harbour, we've acquired the Crosshaven Boatyard Marina, etc. So we're down there. So we've got we're recruiting, building a team. So we've been adding quite significantly to the team, and our major issue is to shorten the route to market for all of the developers as you start to go here. Otherwise, we'll be in a traditional model going forward. So I'll get very pointed as we move along. Data processing and the high-speed analysis, state-of-the-art software, how we're going to process the massive amounts of data. Just to give you one data point, we fly the plane for 1 day, we take 6 terabytes of data off the plane for just 1 day. So the amount of data that's coming off as we collect data. So we've got ourselves positioned with boats and planes right now, so that we get ready for that. But it's a massive exercise for us, and we're having to build a massive IT infrastructure very, very quickly, because as you can see from Val's presentation, things are starting to move, and they're going to move fast. So if you look at adding value, for me, we're going to be basically doing a multi-client survey. So what we're looking at doing is, we're trying to get to a situation where not every developer goes out to tender and then suddenly says, well, I'm going to get boats from here and I'm going to get this. We are taking an approach which is quite moving the risk onto our side, but we believe with partnering with the developers, it's significantly going to change. For example, we are going to survey the whole of the south coast in the Celtic Sea for all known developments, starting in March, right through to the end of 2021. So we are doing that. That will make data available when those developers are at the correct stage much quicker than saying, well, we want to go to tender. That's a risk for us, but we believe it's the right thing to do. It'll shorten the timeline to market. It'll eliminate, we're an Irish company, so we're in the Irish local supply chain, and it will look the point. And I think some of you have already hit this just now for developers. Brexit is having a very, very negative impact. We were due to take boats to the UK. Suddenly, we can't go to the UK in the way that we envisaged. Boats that were supposed to come to Ireland are now not as easy to come from the UK to Ireland. Flying a plane from the UK is not as easy as flying a plane was on the 31st of December. So we believe that we are going to be able to help in that situation. We prevent duplication of efforts. If you're looking at multiple surveys, when I show you a map shortly, you can see that if we don't do something different, we're going to cause multiple surveys. We're going to have multiple frustration with fishing communities. We're going to have lots of issues with stakeholders if we all think that the world is in our own optics. So we believe that we can offer something different there. So what does this mean for developers? So we go from the rubber hits the sky to the rubber hits the road here. So we're going to survey the south coast to acquire data for the developers. This data is going to be independently specified, and it's going to be independently QC'd. So we are going to survey the south coast, and we're already talking to a number of developers who are saying, well, yes, we will come on board with that. Secondly, we're going to fly all non-committed sites. And what I mean by that is, if there's already a contract been awarded, likely to a UK company, to fly and do the birds and mammal surveys from a plane, we're going to start flying them starting in the second quarter. So if there's a contract there, we will not obviously go near that site because somebody else is doing it. It would be a waste of our time, but that will dramatically shorten the cycle for developers to move forward. So the third element is and I mentioned it before to people who have spoken to me, we're coming up with a MetBoy and floating LiDAR solution. I was hoping that I would have that available today. So that's the floats part of my strap line. So planes, boats and floats, because we believe we will have a mid-ocean and floating LiDAR solution for the Irish development community, which then means that we can do in Ireland most of the site investigation work in Ireland without it having to go outside of Ireland. Last slide, and this is just an overview of ones that we're aware of sites of interest across the south coast, east coast, and the west coast just now. So what you're seeing there, if you look at the south coast, if we do that in a traditional model, there could be upwards of 35 to 40 boats surveying on the south coast. If we do it the way that we're proposing, it'll be faster, less environmental cumulative impact, and we will not cause as much issue to the fishing communities. Okay, so that's Colm, that's it from me. So thank you very much, and thanks everybody, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Pearse, thank you very much for a great presentation. It's great to see an Irish company like Green Rebel Marine taking advantage of the opportunity that's there, and really it shows the entrepreneurial spirit and really the risk taking in terms of making the investment in the delivery of services to support the sector. So well done to you. And it's very interesting as well that a lot of the services that you're developing and making investment in are new services using a lot of data analytics and data management equipment. So it's really highly technical, highly skilled, and it's the kind of supply chain company that's really going to grasp the opportunity for Ireland, and a real vote of confidence in the sector as well. So well done to you, and continued success to Green Rebel Marine. So our next speaker, we're going to move on now, is Seamus Garvey. Seamus is a professor at the University of Nottingham, and Seamus is a graduate of UCD in mechanical engineering and is a professor of dynamics and a director of the Rolls-Royce University Technology Centre in Gas Turbine Transmission Systems at the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Nottingham. And he's going to be speaking to us today about Floating Wind Plus. So over to you, Seamus.
Thanks very much indeed, Chairman, and thanks in advance for the invite to speak at this event. It's a tremendous honour. Can I just check that my screen is visible?
Yep, you're all good.
Okay, excellent. So I've got 16 slides I'm going to rattle through in good academic style. I've got three main messages. Two of those messages are future messages looking forward 5 years plus, and the third message is looking forward 5 weeks. So I'm going to end on that one. To begin with, I want to endorse what Val Cummins said earlier on. Floating wind is real, it's here, and it's now. And it's going to be much bigger than previous estimates have concluded. And the reason that it's going to be much bigger than previous estimates is that it's going to become cost competitive. I was at an event in Bremen in 2013, and I think it was Johan Sandberg, but somebody from DNV anyway, produced a graph that I couldn't find again, but I've tried to reproduce it on the right-hand side there, which showed the costs crossing over between fixed bottom and floating, and the crossover was something like 2028. And the recent publication by ORE Catapult said floating wind is coming down to be subsidy free by 2030. Very exciting stuff. What I think is most interesting about floating wind is that there are depths of water where it's only viable to do fixed bottom arrangements. There are depths of water where it is only viable to do floating solutions. And there are depths of water, which I call the transition depths, which are in between the two, and you could potentially use floating solutions in there. And the assumption at the moment is that we'll only use the floats where the water is too deep for bottom fixed. And I think that that may well be re-examined. So in particular, I think that there is scope for looking at a second generation of floating wind turbines. Now we have our first generation, and Val correctly said that it is there, it is bankable right now, it exists, but there is an argument that a second generation may exist, and I want to commend this concept to you. It's a concept that has arisen in several, independently in several different developers. So I instantiated it in one case in 2008 with a design that I call Tetrafloat. That's an upwind design. And you'll notice the common denominator in all of these is that there isn't a tower, that there's a three-dimensional space frame structure up to the nacelle that's very structurally efficient. Second along here, there's a structure designed in France called EOLink. That is neither upwind nor downwind. Some of the structure is upwind of the rotor, some of it is downwind of the structure. There's a concept called X1 Wind that is a downwind structure that's developing a prototype at the moment under European funding. And there's SCD NESI 2, which has been to sea with, I think, a 20-meter tall first demonstrator. And very briefly, the reason for believing that these might be important, there are 5, in fact, that I can think of, but I'm only going to just adumbrate 2 of those. The first one is a simple mechanical engineering consideration, structural efficiency. If you avoid carrying very large forces in bending, then you are more efficient structurally than if you use large amounts of bending. I did my degree in UCD, and I'm absolutely convinced that if I had ever written down 1 meganewton meter as a bending moment, that I would have been thrown out and summarily dismissed. And now we are talking about bending moments in the orders of several million Newton meters. One has to think of forces like 100 tons on the end of a stick that is 120 meters long or more. Second reason is very simple dynamics. There's a piece of dynamics that a floating platform with a tower cannot avoid, which is a bending resonance of the tower with the platform going in counterphase to the wind turbine nacelle. And the body yawing platforms potentially make those much more simple. So my second point is also a good few years out, and it goes beyond LCOE. Patricia Comiskey mentioned earlier on about how attractive it was, essential to reduce the levelized cost of energy for wave power and tidal power devices. But Patrik Molleur made the very valuable point that actually there's more to energy than just the LCOE, that we have to worry about it being available on demand. And this is a graph that I created. It's a hand-drawn graph, but it's a prediction of the future that is coming true as the future unrolls itself. And what this graph tells you is that the cost that we will pay for flexibility is going to be higher than the cost of generation in the future, and it may be significantly higher. And one of the interesting possible approaches to that might be that we can make wind turbines in particular, but possibly also wave power devices and tidal devices that integrate a bit of energy storage, I mean a significant bit of energy storage with the device. And if you could do that, you would achieve 2 things. You would save money on your power conversion equipment because you don't need extra machines to do energy storage. And secondly, you would save on conversion losses 2 ways. Instead of converting separately from the device into storage and out of storage, you can do everything on the same device and not have multiple conversions. And there are a couple of different ways. That might seem outlandish, but there are several different ways that you could practically do that with wind turbines. DNV has introduced a concept which involves raising water on the left-hand side. Several workers have introduced concepts that involve compressing air, which is represented by that panel in the middle. And I have introduced a concept that involves pumping heat. That is quite a novel concept and results in storing energy in a very compact and very cost-effective way. And one reason for connecting that with floating wind is that for all of those techniques, it turns out that a yaw bearing is a slight nuisance because you have to bring a fluid one way or another up to the nacelle and back down again. And that is a nuisance. It's not impossible, but it is a nuisance. And so there's a particularly strong steer towards the body yawing semi-submersibles if one wants to integrate energy storage. So that's the end of that second point. And I'm going to then leave you with one final point. The previous two The previous two have been 5-year plus perspectives. This is a 5-week away perspective. Ireland and the UK need to collaborate. We've got huge common wind resource per capita. We've got no indigenous wind turbine manufacturer. I disagree with Val that floating wind is already mature. There's scope for much more development in floating wind. Long-standing cultural ties, etc. Brexit, I am a complete opponent of. It was mentioned earlier on, and we need to overcome that and do things deliberately. And with a view to that, I and a group of 4 other leading academics in wind have put together an event that will run very soon on the 12th of March. It builds on work that was done fantastically in December by the BICC and partners, and there's a link to that event here, and I hope that many people here will be able to join us on that. It's going to look at really enabling fundamental technological solutions to come into floating wind, like new mooring systems, new hydrodynamic modeling, condition monitoring of platforms, active control for motions, things like corrosion protection, assembly methods in ports, demountable structures, both electrical and structural connections, personnel transfer, dynamic cables, and so forth. I do think there is a need to ensure that we get very high proportions of high added value work into the UK and Ireland in floating wind. Thanks very much.
Now, thank you very much, Seamus, for a fascinating presentation there. And it's, I suppose, some of the key messages I picked up from that, really, that I suppose Val mentioned it, floating offshore wind is real. It's no longer an emerging technology. And it's amazing to think of the progress that has been made in floating offshore wind over the last 10 to 15 years. But of course, there's significant more work to do, as you point out, in terms of elements of the individual components of floating offshore wind, and significant engineering involved as well. I think that was very evident from your presentation. And we look forward to further development of larger projects, reducing the LCOE. And I think you made a very interesting point about the contribution that floating offshore wind can make to the energy mix. And it was a point that Patrick touched on as well, in terms of that different type of renewable energy, renewable electricity, that can make a significant contribution to the energy mix, and even assist with areas like energy storage, which is going to be a huge challenge as we move to a low carbon future. So thank you for that. Our next speaker, we're staying with floating offshore wind. Cian Conroy is a senior manager with Principal Power, and Principal Power will be very familiar to everyone in the audience. They're developers, of course, of the WindFloat floating offshore wind turbine technology. Cian is a veteran of this industry, a graduate in management from UCD. He worked on sustainable energy in Scottish Enterprise and then with the ORE Catapult programme before becoming a senior manager with Principal Power. So we look forward to the presentation from Cian. So over to you, Cian.
Thanks, Colm, and thanks to all the team in the MRIA. Can I just check, can you see my screen?
Yep, I've got you there now.
Perfect, thank you. So, as per the instructions, I'd like to really just give a whistle-stop tour of Principal Power, who we are, what we do, and I think crucially to touch on some of the previous speakers, just to really give you a show of how real floating wind is, and I suppose how mature it is, and the steps that we're undertaking both to mature the technology, but equally to mature the sector. So by means of background, Principal Power as a company, we were founded back in 2007, and we've grown to be the leader in floating wind around the world. We've come from the oil and gas sector, but brought the best bits of that and merged with floating wind and the offshore wind sector. Our headquarters are in California with offices across the globe. As Colm said, our technology at our heart is the WindFloat, and we're the developer of the WindFloat platform. This has been proven in multiple ocean environments in different sea states. To date, we've generated over 65 gigawatt hours, and currently we are in operation in 2 wind farms around the world. But I think crucially, I'd like to just really go through our portfolio and what that means to floating wind. So in terms of the technology, and I was advised not to put a video, but I hope this is showing it, just really to give a sense on what we do. This is the recent video footage from our Windfloat Atlantic project off the coast of Portugal, so quite close to Viana do Castelo in the north of Portugal. This is the world's first array of semi-submersible floating platforms. It's been in operation since late 2019. It's 3 of the largest turbines in their class, the V164s. The platforms themselves, we fabricated in local shipyards, we commissioned locally, and we towed to port, and they've been in operation now, as I say, since 2019. The platforms themselves, 20 kilometers from shore and water depths of 100 meters. And in terms of maturity, I suppose this is the 2 key points in this regard. The Windfloat Atlantic has reached that point where we now have bank finance floating wind. To date, before this project, all floating wind projects had either come from balance sheet development or from state subsidies or European subsidies and so on. And what we're able to achieve here is the terms of performance and performance on the turbine and performance on the platform to enable investors to make that leap into project finance. Just to kind of give you a highlight, that video in the corner, that's from the recent onboard CCTV cameras from just before Christmas, where we had Storm Dora over the Atlantic. So we experienced 100 km/h winds with Storm Dora and 9-meter waves, and the 3 platforms produced as expected. Moving on from there, we look at our road towards industrialization. The next slide really covers our activity in France, and I suppose a few things to talk about here, and this is about our move towards cost competitiveness and what does scale mean and what does the evolution of the industry mean. So in our French project, this is one of 4 demo projects in the French sector. These are in water depths between 70 and 100 meters. We've certified them by Bureau Veritas. Through a competitive auction process, we've secured a feed-in tariff. But I think the key pieces here really is to look at the evolution in turbine size. So we're starting to see significant growth in turbines. Our first unit in 2011 was a 2 megawatt platform, and we're now up to 10 megawatts already. This will be deployed in 2022. The unit is our Generation 3 wind float. It's designed with a view to manufacturability and modularization, and this is the road to cost reduction. It's about how can we serialize the manufacture of floating platforms, how can we increase the speed at which we deploy them, and how can we reduce the amount of welding and fabrication costs that go into those. A common theme just wanted to touch on, this goes back to some of the earlier points about collaboration, but also the environmental considerations. From the very start, we, at our heart, we're a renewable company and about sustainability, and we were looking to coexist as well as we can with the environment. So our technology removes the need for piling, for drilling and so on. We use drag embedment anchors. But one area of particular interest to most sea users is the issue of fishing and fishing zones. So working with our local stakeholders in the Mediterranean, we've started to develop technology where we see fish nursery habitats, or what we call biohuts, installed on the wind float. So on the picture on the left, you will see a buoy that we deployed 2 years ago. This is a spar buoy technology, which is just trialing the technology. So these are the biohuts affixed. And what these do is they become breeding grounds for the fish species in the region. The view is that we start to increase the density of the fish population with the view to replenishing stock in that area. The picture on the right is a schematic of what you'll see on the finished wind float. These will be affixed to the trusses, and again, as we move up to arrays, you'll see multiple of these biohuts on multiple platforms across the array, thereby increasing the population. And I think as we look forward to Ireland, this is probably something we can consider in terms of coexistence in the Irish sector as well. Other activities that we work on, the UK has really been a kind of key market in terms of floating wind. Many of you may have seen this week and last week the updates in relation to the Kincardine project. This is currently under construction. It is the world's largest floating wind farm. So it's been in operation through phase 1 since September 2018. That's where we used the repurposed 2 megawatt platform from Portugal. And that was really just to kind of get the project going, but the long-term view was always about large-scale turbines. So we're currently under construction. We're using the Vestas V164 9.5. So again, it's always bigger turbines. We're in water depths of about 60 meters, 15 kilometers from shore. And as of last week, we have the second platform hooked up and mooring. So that's a major milestone for the sector in terms of delivery and for ourselves. One point, again, that's been raised as a common theme is the issue of alternative uses for the energy. whether that's by grid constraints or alternative economies and revenue. This really just to give an overview of the project we're doing, the Dolphin project. So this has been underway for a number of years now. This is looking to bring 2 projects to market. One is initially a 2 megawatt floating platform that will have the electrolyzers installed on the wind float, with the view to producing hydrogen in the deep water solution and pumping the hydrogen back into the low pressure gas network. We're hoping to have that project on stream by 2024, which quickly followed on with a 10 megawatt platform turbine on a scaled up platform. The key parts for this, I suppose, to the sector is it's generating alternative revenues outside of the feed-in tariff system. It's decarbonising the energy system as in the gas network, but equally where we look at markets like Ireland or the west of Scotland where there's grid constraints, we start to see opportunities for alternative energy generation and vectors.
2-minute warning.
Okay. Quickly, we also have the Erebus project with Simply Blue and Total. This will be a next step for us. This is close to 100 megawatts in the Celtic Sea. We're moving across the Atlantic. We have our Humboldt Bay project in Northern California, developing with OW and Aker. This is a 150 megawatt project. In Hawaii, we have the Oahu project, which is 400 megawatts in water depths close to 1,000 meters. So again, pushing the boundaries in that regard. And then finally, in terms of commercial scale projects, looking to the big scale, and this really is, I'll finish my next slide on this point, but it's about scale. So we see countries like South Korea that have a target of 13 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. They're moving very quickly. So we have a project there, which is 2 phases of 500 megawatts. Phase 1 is under construction. The LiDAR was deployed in October 2020, and we're working towards a COD there of 2026. So I thought just for conclusion, I'd like to just cover off what does this mean for Ireland. Well, I think it's been touched on, we have this target, an intermediary target of 5 gigawatts by 2030. In terms of cost reduction and market and scenario, we see the great news with our partners in Simply Blue, the opportunity for floating wind in the Irish market. The longer term, we see 30 gigawatts for floating in the Atlantic, and equally, as been said, 10 meters per second winds and higher is a huge opportunity for Ireland. We have the potential to achieve this. As I just demonstrated, I suppose the technology has been proven. There are means to address the grid challenges.
30 seconds.
We have the port infrastructure and the supply chain. So companies like TFI who are developing shallow solutions for us in 40 meters water depth. And the final piece, what do we need? A licensing regime, pipeline of projects, the ambition, the scale of projects, and finally the route to market. So I will leave it there, and hopefully that gives you a snapshot of where floating wind is leading to. Thank you.
Cian, thank you very much for that update on the work of Principle Power and the significant progress that you're making on a global basis, really, with a variety of projects, and particularly struck by the output, 65 gigawatt hours of the wind float project, which is a fantastic achievement. And also the route, you talked about the route to industrialization, and the key to that, I suppose, is bigger and larger projects, and the evolution in turbine size, really moving from 2 megawatt to 10 megawatt. Again, it shows that floating offshore wind is real, and it's really going to be a huge player in the sector. And also the link up with hydrogen, really interesting. Hydrogen being, emerging as a key energy carrier. It has a big potential. So that linkage between floating offshore wind and hydrogen, again, is going to be a big game changer in the market. So thank you for that, and continued success to Principle Power.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a change of tack now, and we're going to move to the Netherlands, and we're going to focus on floating solar. Our next speaker is Allard van Huiken, who is the founder of Oceans of Energy. And Allard is a graduate of the Delft University Delft University of Technology, and he's a degree in mechanical engineering and has an MBA from INSEAD. And he has had a distinguished career in solar marine energy, and as we said, is the founder of Oceans of Energy. So over to you, Allard.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll start up the slide deck. I hope you can all see this. So I'll talk about floating offshore solar. And let me start with what we are looking for at the moment. We're looking for a site for our next project, our expansion to 1 megawatt. Specifically, if there is a power cable to land present, and with an area size that allow expansion to over the 100 megawatts. So I'll come back to this slide at the end. Before I tell you a bit why do we put solar panels on the oceans? Well, simply because solar doesn't always fit on land. It just takes a lot of space, while there is a lot of space at sea. And below you see our pilot that's currently operational in the North Sea. And the combination of offshore solar with offshore wind, be it fixed or floating, is very strong. Here you see a farm. Those turbines would be in the range of 10 megawatt, the wind turbines. And in between you can make a square. If you still leave some space for shipping, for the maintenance ships, you can still put, let's say, 180 megawatt in such a square. So the amount of power that you add, if you combine wind with solar on the sea, that's really impressive. And this is another analysis showing the case for the Netherlands, where we see that offshore wind and offshore solar combined, onshore wind and onshore solar combined would do just in the order of 10%, maybe up to 20% you can do from land. And then the land is really filled. And then we have a good offshore wind development that can do another 30% of our total energy demand. And I mean energy, not electricity. If you then see what could offshore solar mean in that equation, well, offshore solar could really take on the other 50% of the energy demand. And in terms of space, that would mean just 5% of the Dutch North Sea sector, whilst the wind would take about 18%. So you can actually join them, and then you can do it in the same area. Also, the power output is interesting to see that wind typically peaks in the winter. That's the blue lines, and it has a dip in the summer. But solar is, of course, the opposite. So together, if you combine wind and solar, you have quite a nice continuous power to the land. So our pilots are operational more than a year now. We started installing less than a kilometer from the shore in November 2019. And a couple of months ago, we moved to the next site. This is further offshore, 15 kilometer, really rough conditions. And we have already seen quite a few large storms, Ciara, Dennis and Bella. And our system has now withstood 9.8 meters of wave, 105 kilometers per hour of winds, and 4 knots of tidal currents. And we really survived very well. It's really encouraging. I'm really happy that we got this far. So the system is it's a floating system. It's very modular. So the systems, the modules that we right now put in the sea is the same modules that we're going to expand for the 1 and the 100 and the thousands of megawatt. It's a very robust system, tested in 8 campaigns, the last one in the Marin offshore basin to 13 meters maximum wave. As I said, we already experienced almost 10. And there are some other nice things about solar. Typically, the performance is better if it is in a cooler environment, and this is what we see in the sea. And also, there's no moving parts in the power generation. And as a mechanical engineer and an offshore engineer, I like that a lot. And the access is relatively easy. So this is where we are operational at the moment in the North Sea with 2 pilots. Also interesting to highlight is that we do a lot of environmental monitoring because we're really undertaking something new, putting solars, covering a part of the sea. This was key from the beginning. So we have now 5 years of research ongoing about the impact from us on the environment. And also the other way around. Typically, what is the conclusions is that when you cover part of the sea, it attracts a lot of life. You can see this here where we do sampling at the bottom of our floaters. It attracts a lot of life and also fish. You offer a lot of shelter and protection to nature. And the negatives are actually quite minimum. There is the issue of that you block some of the sunlight going into the water. Of course, that is the case, but the impact is very low because the water is always flowing underneath the systems. So that's much better in the sea because of the tidal currents. There's always moving water. So you would maybe block a percentage or so of the total. But since we're only going to 4 or 5% of the total sea, the impact is actually negligible. Whilst the positive effects, as we said, this is the paper of this blocking of the sun. Whilst the positive expectations and also the results we already see are really, really big. So for me, as a passionate sailor and ocean person, I think it's also important that we have more positives and that we actually can create something beautiful, which is clean energy for the people and also a shelter for nature. So our conclusions from 1 year of operations. So it is possible to put solar in high waves, and we've got, of course, a lot of learning. We can install with quite simple means, available on islands. This is one of the areas where we hope to expand the coming years. It's a very positive experience. And we're working on the next projects, and this is the first slide. And also the last slide. So I hope that we can find opportunities in Ireland where we could even combine with wave, tidal or wind projects. Our main aim is, because actually we're going quicker than we had anticipated, we're really looking for sites to install the next the megawatt and the next megawatts of floating solar. So I hope maybe in the audience some people are interesting to contact me. Here's the slides, here's the email address. And thank you very much.
Now, thank you very much, Allard, and I think you've got that plug out to the audience in terms of looking for potential sites to deploy the technology. So hopefully that generates some feedback and some opportunities. And it is really interesting in terms of the way that floating solar can be complementary with offshore wind and with floating offshore wind, which of course makes much better use of the marine environment. And it also has that potential to create base load power. And I was particularly interested in the modular approach that you're adopting, and again with a view to reducing cost. And of course, one of the big advantages of solar is that there aren't any moving parts. But of course, a challenge in terms of floating solar, in terms of mooring arrangements and so forth. But it has certainly potential in Ireland as we move from onshore to offshore with solar. So continued success to Oceans of Energy, and we look forward to hearing more updates on the progress that you're making. So thank you, Allard.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
So our next speaker is James Donegan. James is the Director of European Operations, and we're changing technology type again, and we're going to be talking about tidal energy. So Ocean Renewable Power Company are based in Portland, Maine in the United States, but they also have offices in Ireland and in Canada. And they're developing river and tidal energy conversion technology. And James is a graduate in energy engineering from UCC, and has spent the bulk of his career with ORPC, where he is now Director of European Operations. And we look forward to his presentation. So over to you, James.
Great, thanks very much. Great, thank you very much, Colin, for the introduction. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Great. And thanks also to Peter for the invite to come back to MRIA to speak. It's always been one of my favorite forums to come to, although I've been a bit disappointed with the lack of Six Nations jokes so far, so hopefully the afternoon they'll see a pick up. So I wanted to just speak today about the technology and project updates from ORPC over the last year. As Colin mentioned, he kind of covered most of this slide. Our company, we're headquartered in Portland, Maine, which is just north of Boston in the US, and we've been around for 17 years now, but we have offices in Ireland and Canada, and we're in the process of setting up offices in Chile as well. And we have patented technology in 14 countries, and we've been pretty successful in grant state and federal grant funding to date. But I'll kick into the action now, and I know we were told not to have videos, but I wanted to share this video of our RivGen turbine, RivGen power system operating in the Kvichak River in Igiugig, Alaska. So this river has been installed for the last 16 months without any negative effects to the environment, which is of note. The Kvichak River is home to the largest sockeye salmon run in the world. So obviously we've had quite a bit of environmental monitoring in that, and there hasn't been any negative effects that we've seen. We've also survived 2 Alaskan winters, which are pretty significant. The temperature in the air gets down to around -40 degrees Celsius, which causes a fragile ice to occur, which is when the water is still moving, but it is turning to ice, which is has been not very fun with my engineering hat on. But the device has been operational throughout, and it hasn't seen any negative effects. It's also been part of kind of spring ice breakup events, which has seen 2 feet of ice flowing overhead, which kind of in my next slides I'll show kind of why why our device is kind of has a competitive advantage over some of our competitors. So as you can see here on the screen, our RivGen power system, which this particular system is our commercial system designed for remote communities, and the idea is that it's small, it's modular, and it can access shallow sites that other technologies that you can see maybe wouldn't be able to access, be it through height restrictions or kind of weather impacts from being surface mounted. The whole RivGen device in general is designed to break down into 4 standard shipping containers so that you can ship it anywhere in the world. The target market for these devices in particular is remote communities that operate on diesel generators. The device operating in Igiagig, for example, that's a community of about 70 people, and everything, you don't have a lot of equipment on hand on site, so we do a lot of work up front and make it as easy as possible for ourselves on the back end. And now it's generating about 50% of the village demand, and we're installing a second one this year, so that will take over to be the full grid power for the entire village. But for the rest of the presentation today, I wanted to focus on our operations in Europe. And the device I mentioned earlier, the RivGen system, that has a significant European presence. The generator was built by our generator manufacturer IKM in Norway, and our turbines come from Air Composites in Inveren in Galway. So there's a significant Irish presence and European presence with our devices. Some of the updates from this year in our kind of funded projects in Europe, we had our Accord project, which was funded by SEAI, and that was completed back in March of last year. And what that did was to look to validate our composite carbon fiber foil design, and also the joint design for that, and kind of further demonstrate and validate our Irish supply chain partners, which were Air Composites. And as part of that, we did testing with our university partners, NUI Galway, often out in Jamie Goggins' lab in the large structures facility. And also as part of that project, we wanted to we've been taking a slower approach in Europe to try to kind of take a step-by-step process in building out our company here in Europe, whereas we have a very defined market in North America with the remote communities in Alaska and Canada, whereas in Europe we're trying to kind of take a more systematic approach, because we know that the European tidal market is, it's utility scale, and we, as part of the Accord project, we worked with Black & Veatch to help quantify what that market is for our devices. One of the other projects that actually just wrapped up a few days ago, so we're buried in report writing up for the last month or so, was our Horizon 2020 funded TIDA project, and that was our first major funded project in Europe, which we got back in 2016, and that was to develop a new wet gap permanent magnet generator for our RivGen anti-gen power systems. So the idea behind that was to make it as robust as possible for operations underwater. So we reduced the number of bearings down to a single bearing system, which you can see up in the top right corner, and that's a modular system that is removable in the field, so it significantly reduces maintenance time, but then also the number of maintenance cycles over the project lifetime is also significantly reduced because of the wet gap operating system. As part of this, we've removed a failure mechanism of a leak or water getting into the generator, because that's the normal operating environment for that. As part of that project, we work with our university partners we've had a great relationship with in Ireland, UCC and LYIT, and the MARIA Institute as well. And then we've had several industry partners as part of that also. Kind of project updates kind of moving forward. So the last two I showed you what we've just completed in the last year. But moving forward, we have our Oceaniera co-fund project, which is supported by SEAI, which is the Optimor power system. So as part of the ACCORD project, which I mentioned, we worked with Black & Veatch to quantify the European market for our technology. And what that showed us was, you know, in Europe, there isn't that same small microgrid network that there would be in remote communities in North America. But there is a huge resource that obviously a tidal company, if you are to be successful, you need to be successful in Europe. So what we found was, you know, we need to significantly upscale our power systems to drive down our LCOE in Europe. And what we saw from that is we needed to develop a new design, which was building on our TIGEN 8 system, which we found was, you know, it had some issues in its structural design, and the idea behind this originally was to use existing RivGen turbines and just stack as many as possible to increase your power output. But we found in early research that it's much more effective to just go to one single large turbine. So that's the emphasis of this Optimor project, and this has kind of become the Optimor turbine. It's inherited that name. So what we're going to do is develop this new 2 megawatt turbine, which is significantly reducing our structural requirements by removing the number of turbines down to a single unit, but obviously making that single unit much larger. We have a project partner as part of that Oceaniera co-fund project, which is sustainable marine energy. So they're going to consult for the anchoring system for us for this much larger 2 megawatt system. And then I suppose a bit of exciting news from us is we've just got word in the last 6 weeks that we were successful in getting our new Crimson project funded, which is a fast track to innovation project funded through the European Commission. And what the Crimson project will be doing, and that's due to kick off in the first quarter of 2021, and it's, you know, multi-million euro. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Multi-million euro project, and what that's looking to do is take that Optimor design that we're working on under the SEAI funded project and actually build it. So take it from design drawings to manufacturing. And, you know, as everyone will acknowledge, it doesn't make sense to go from 0 design drawings up to a 2 megawatt scale. So we're going to do that in a kind of systematic approach, where we're going to do a scale version of that under the Crimson project, which will be a fittable on our RivGen power system. And one of the other kind of novel aspects of that is that we're going to use recycled carbon fiber for the turbine manufacturing. And once that's built, we're going to test it at INSEAD's test facility in Italy. And following the project, then it will go into the field operations as part of our RivGen systems. And as part of that, we're, you know, Air Composites are the lead on that project, and we're working with Anyway Galway. So continuing our work with our Irish partners that we've developed over the last several years.
Time.
All right, and that's it.
Now, thank you very much, James, for that update on the work that you're doing with the RivGen technology. And I think anything that survives an Alaskan winter has to be pretty good. I'm not too sure what frazzle ice is, but it doesn't sound very pleasant. So I'm sure that there's a lot of technical challenges that you're working through, which is great to see. And I think it's also interesting that you're both looking at the kind of utility scale tidal opportunity, but also the kind of smaller scale opportunity with local communities and developing kind of island projects, because that's very much key to kind of mobilizing community projects and kind of energy citizens, which is a very big part of the climate action plan and government policy. So that's a really interesting aspect. And of course, it opens up a big, huge tidal market for that smaller scale projects. And it's great to see the Irish presence as well in the supply chain, so well done on that, and congratulations on the Crimson project and the EU funding for that. So continued success, and we look forward to hearing future updates on the progress that you're making. So thank you, James. Our next presentation, we're moving technology type again, and we're going to move to WAVE technology, and we're moving over to Scotland. So we may well get an opportunity for some Six Nations rugby jokes at this, but you never know. No pressure, Chris. Our next presenter is Chris Redzer, and he's the founder of Motion. And Motion are based in Scotland, and they're a wave energy conversion technology development company. And Chris has a PhD in ocean energy from the University of Edinburgh, and was principal scientist in the pioneering wave energy company that everybody would know, or most people would know, Palams, based in Scotland. And Chris founded Motion 5 years ago. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. So over to you, Chris, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you for the introduction there, Colin. That's just great. I'm going to be presenting BlueX, the Motion prototype wave energy converter. So we've been very fortunate to be had a series of contracts from Wave Energy Scotland to progress the design of BlueX, and we're now in stage 3 of the WES Novel Wave Energy Converter program, and we're building the machine that you see at the top right there. Now, in earlier stages, we started out with the further development, I should say, of our software, and top left there you see the front end of the software, which is the generation of geometries for wave energy converters. So the program generates the geometries, but it also understands the dynamics and the hydrodynamics of any geometry that's so generated, and it can calculate the performance of that machine in arbitrary seas, and we choose seas naturally which are representative of a site. And then the optimization proceeds by increasing the performance, selecting those geometries which have increased performance in those target sea states. And this is done in an iterative process, which continues to increase the performance given cost constraints such as the size of the structure. We validate these we validate these numerical models with physical model tests, and blah. To play this video, there we go. So this shows a 10th scale model of BlueX in the flow wave test facility in Edinburgh. You can see the action here is that the two sections, forward and aft sections, flex around the hinge, and you can also see that there's a resonance. In other words, that the motion of the machine is greater than the waves which are passing it by. BlueX has a number of key features, but I'm going to discuss the second bullet here, the asymmetry of the machine, because this is the unique selling point of BlueX. It's the machine naturally weather vanes in waves, so it faces into the waves, and in this picture the waves are coming from the left, progressing down the length of the machine to the right. So that axis defines a vertical plane. So we have up, down, and then left, right. Up and down motion is heave, left, right motion is surge, and the two sections can each pitch around the hinge that you see 2/3 of the way down the machine. So those 4 degrees of freedom are coupled, meaning that if you try to move the machine in any one of those degrees of freedom, it necessarily moves it in the other 3.
Perfect, thank you.
So those 4 degrees of freedom are coupled such that and the consequence is that there's a very broad bandwidth. And this means that we can absorb power over a wide range of the natural periods that are observed in the real ocean. Moreover, that resonance takes place for long waves, so much longer than the length of the machine. So the wavelengths might be at, say, 60 meters, but this 20-meter long machine can easily absorb the power from those long, powerful waves. The software which I referred to in the previous slide was is aware of these couplings and can exploit them. And so, in addition to understanding the amount of power that's being absorbed, can also push it further along this direction of very broad bandwidth coupled motions. So, some views of the machine. So, top left, an exterior view showing at the extreme left this deep, broad wave channel at the front of the machine, digging deep into the water and enhancing the coupling of the WEC to the waves. On top, we have the green access platform with the safety surround and an access hatch. This wouldn't be needed on a commercial machine, but it's essential on our prototype machine. We'll need to maintain, inspect, and so forth. Behind that, there's a communications mast with navigation aids at the top, lights, St Andrews Cross, radar reflectors, etc. It also has communications with VHF radio and cellular networks, and it's got, well, it's festooned with cameras. We have good access to looking up and down the length of the machine. In the bottom picture there, you see the interior of the forward hull. So we have boxes which contain batteries, the power electronics, control electronics, and also various sensors, motion sensors for this forward section, and environmental section sensors such as temperature and humidity. Top right, we see the interior of the nacelle with the generator at the back, and then in front of it a red gearbox, and then some green or blue couplings, and in the middle between the two couplings there is a torque sensor, and we have rotational sensors as well. So we can measure the mechanical power into the input to the system, and by measuring the voltage and current out of the generator we can measure the electrical power out. So we know the efficiency of the entire WEC. Just a note here about the aft section, it's completely empty, so no transits are required across the hinge. While constructing the machine, we built a back-to-back test rig. So we built two PTOs, so generator and gearbox mirrored here. So generator and gearbox either side. We can run one as a motor, one as a generator. So we use the motor to drive the generator. We know the power input to the motor. We know the power output from the generator, so we can determine overall efficiencies. And we also have that torque sensor in there in the middle, so we can determine the mechanical characteristics of the system. The PTO on the left is mounted on the blue frame, and this is designed to be taken out in one piece out of the test rig and posted into the bottom left, into the nacelle in the bottom left picture. Various construction pictures here, and we're now at the quayside with the final construction operation. We've shifted the tail section up and down there to drive the PTO, so we've tested the full power systems in situ. We've got the final construction alignments on the right, and in Q2 of this year we're moving to Orkney. We'll go to the EMEC Scapa Flow site in blue there first off, and in the right of the picture here we see the ideal conditions that we like in Orkney. Lots of waves, lots of blue sky. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation on the Blue X technology. And it's great to see the significant testing that has gone into developing the technology and the significant progress that has been made. And I suppose the focus on all aspects of the value chain, if I can call it that, of the wave energy conversion technology, from energy capture right up to power takeoff, and the significant work involved with that. So I wish you continued success with the Blue X technology, and in particular with your deployment in EMEC. And we look forward to hearing regular updates on the progress with the technology. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Colin.
So Aaron, we're going to stay in Scotland, but we're going to change technology type again, and this time we're going to focus back on tidal. And our next speaker is Gary Connor. He's the Engineering Director with Nova Innovation. So Nova Innovation are based in Scotland, and they're developing tidal energy conversion technology. And Gary has a PhD in engineering from the University of Edinburgh, and he has spent most of his career in the energy field. He joined Nova Innovation in 2008, and he is now, as I said, Engineering Director. So we look forward to your presentation, Gary. So over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin, and thank you, Peter, again for the invite as well. I should probably point out as well, you can tell from my accent, I'm not originally from Scotland, and it was a great delight just over a year ago to actually have an Irish presence again. And so we have an office in Dublin as well at this point in time. Interesting times, that's probably the best way of putting it at the moment, but what I would say is very positive steps, certainly from a Nova and a tidal point of view, and very briefly I'd like to take you through a few of those this afternoon. Shetland Tidal Array, that was the world's first NC array back in 2016, so a little update on that perhaps. That's our 3 Nova M100 devices in there. It's been operational since 2016. And unusually for a technology officer or an engineering director, I'm going to concentrate on my first point as being Marine Scotland, our regulator in Scotland, which just last week published a case study, and these are their words: to date, no negative effects have been detected. And again, this is from tens of thousands of hours worth of monitoring. Again, the Blue Mill Sound, where we're based in Shetland, is very clear water. We can see everything that's going on, and we've been completely transparent with the regulator. And it's very good news. Wind float as well. Again, it's interesting, offshore wind as well, beginning to see this. Indeed, the impacts may even be positive in terms of artificial reefs and protected areas and so on. So delighted to be able to say that. We've had excellent performance and reliability, and again, we're into the 90s there over very long periods of time, extended periods between routine maintenance, now greater than 18 months as well, and climbing rapidly. And I should point out, this is our old technology, come to the new technology in a moment. And again, perhaps very significantly, there's always been the challenge, shall we say, of operating in all tidal conditions. There are fairly fierce conditions at different points of the tidal cycle between neaps and springs, for example. We have now mastered working in all conditions throughout the year. So as you can imagine, that opens up an extra 50% in operational window. And again, that means that the availability of devices can be kept exceptionally high. So it's not just in the technology, it's particularly in the OPEX and the operations around about that. Big leaps forward over the past couple of years. Most excitingly, perhaps this year, we have now expanded the array. I should say that was 2020, thinking back, to an extra turbine. And that particular turbine is our M100D. It's a 3rd generation device, which is really built on the last 10 years of progress and good reliability. Direct drive in that particular system removes a lot of unreliability, a lot of inefficiency. And it has been designed, built, thoroughly tested, and now deployed. And a little bit like ORPC, we have a very similar concept whereby it's really can go on the back of a lorry or within a container, pretty much anywhere in the world. There's a substructure as well, all packed up and ready to go. I think it opened a few eyes as it moved up from the central belt in Scotland to Shetland. What kind of rocket were we launching? But again, once we get it on site, we construct it swiftly, pop it into the sea, pop the ballast on top of it, and then it is ready to go. Now, obviously, a bit hard to show you that underwater, so here it is quayside, as it was last summer when it was fully commissioned, and now it's fully operational for a large number of months. And the greater efficiencies, the greater reliabilities, it has to be said, have proven themselves very nicely. Flawless class-leading performance. We have technical availabilities of greater than 99.8% currently. As things go on, that is probably class-leading, we would imagine, in our field. And again, it is something to the testament of the knowledge and the academics and many others we've worked with over the years to get to this point. Again, very swift picture, as it was deployed in Shetland last August. So from a clear seabed through to a fully deployed and operational tidal turbine, we were talking just over 3 days. Just over 3 days. So again, it's a very swift, efficient process. It's nice not to have to rely on different landowners. It's very nice not to have to operate across various other infrastructures, and the sites can be developed exceptionally quickly from an engineering point of view. Looking ahead this year, what are we delivering this year? Well, you may have seen in the press over the last few days, Islay in Scotland. We have just secured a Crown Estate option for lease there for tidal-powered whisky, pretty much with some of the local distilleries. I have various people queuing up wanting to be part of that project for obvious reasons. We very much look forward to developing that in the coming couple of years. Perhaps most significantly as well, Canada. Over the past few years, we've been developing a site there, Petit Passage in Nova Scotia, and that will be delivering this year its first turbine and the rest of the 14 thereafter as well. So that really shows the state of both the product and its reliability, its investability and bankability, but also the target markets where exports are now a possibility to meet developer needs. Really, just in summary, this is a very whistle-stop tour. I don't want to take very much longer, but I'd really encourage anyone to get in touch after the event. It's very clear we are the current leader for tidal energy. The leading tidal developers are either all based here or are working here. ORPC, obviously, from across the water, but very much working here. Many others as well. We have a deep and quality supply chain. Our supply chain stretches across 19 countries within Europe, and there's nothing that we cannot get from a high quality supply chain, both in Ireland and right the way through to the easternmost approaches in Greece and so on. Technology status, I really do want to make this pretty clear today. It is proven. Our original device proved that we could work in a tidal stream, as did some others. Again, our first array, alongside maybe the May-gen array, have really trailblazed there as well, but this can certainly be done and be done reliably. Cost reductions, absolutely on target to the set plan and somewhat below that. So again, we're very confident about that, as are our investors and others. And first exports, as I mentioned, to supported markets really beginning to show that there will be fruit from this particular technology going forward in this business. Future success, well, final push to cut costs and upscale. That will be always ongoing, but we're well on track with that, as we've said before, within the industry. Production plants where? That's a question, actually. And my opinion on that, and I think many others, will be the production plants will be where home market develops first. So again, that's a little bit open at this point in time, but home market leadership is absolutely critical. And those markets that are able to put in place systems to get these technologies underway, and that ranges from the environmental consenting right the way through, obviously, to the suitable commercial arrangements, will gain the benefits in later days, just as the Danish and the Germans have in other sectors before us. So again, I thank you very much for this opportunity today, and again, I hope we live in slightly less interesting times in 2021, but hopefully it'll be even more positive steps for this industry and certainly Tidal as we move forward. So thank you very much indeed.
Now, thank you very much, Gary, for that really interesting presentation on the progress that's been made in Nova innovation and continued success. I was very taken by your comment at the beginning in terms of the clean bill of health, so to speak, from Scotland, in terms of no negative effects from an environmental perspective on ocean renewable energy technologies. And obviously that's something that's very keen to all of our hearts in terms of developing technologies and developing projects, and it's certainly very, very encouraging. I was also struck by the development of technology that you're pursuing. You know, you talked about the third generation of technology and developing, you know, direct drive as part of the is it the M100 technology, and also the extensive supply chain that you're building up. And I suppose that highlights the opportunity for countries, for Ireland, indeed, in developing and building up the supply chain to service this new and growing market, and also driving down costs, because driving down LCOE and developing larger scale projects is key to advancing the industry. So thank you again for that, Gary, and continued success to Nova Innovation. So we're moving back closer to home now, back to Galway. And our next speaker is John Breslin, who will be familiar to many of you on the call. John is going to speak about a new enterprise that has really, I suppose, formed out of Smart Bay, Ireland, which is based in Galway Bay. And John is going to talk to us about that. In my speaking notes, I have very little information on it. So hopefully John will bring us up to speed on Blue Wise Marine and what is involved there. So John, you're very, very welcome.
Thank you very much, Colm, and thanks to Peter for the opportunity to present today. Normally, I would be launching into an update on the Smart Bay Marine and Renewable Energy test site, but for the first half of the presentation, I want to give a shameless plug to our new company. We've rebranded to Blue Wise Marine. And the reason for that is we believe it better reflects our diversification outside of just managing the test site in Galway. And what we're doing is we're bringing the skills and expertise, the marine skills, the engagement with developers into I suppose, to developers of wind, wave, floating solar and tidal technologies. So our vision is to be a partner of choice in the global blue economy. We're passionate about that. We've been working with developers for a long, long period of time, almost 80 projects of different scales with them, and we want to build a better future. And I think that's what we're about. We're about you know, generating, moving away from oil and gas and moving towards low carbon technologies. And I suppose these are the services we have. We support the growth of Ireland's blue economy, and that's our government aspect to our work to promote and develop national capabilities and resources. But we have that experience, and that experience in the marine, in engaging with developers, in understanding consenting, community engagement, developing methodologies for doing that, and that's what we're bringing to developers to help them prove their technologies, identify new sites, develop new sites. We engage openly with local communities to provide information on marine projects. And we innovate, and because we've been working with innovators, and hopefully maybe this time next year I'll have something to present there, but we're looking at trying to develop new marine technologies for the offshore renewable sector. So in terms of our qualifications and experience, you can see a whole range of experience gained. We have a combined 40+ years of experience in the marine. My colleague Rogério was in the Portuguese Navy for many years. I've run various marine infrastructures. We're located, thankfully, in the GMIT iHub. That gives us access to technical expertise, biological expertise within the Galway Mayo Institute of Technology, and specifically the Marine and Freshwater Research Centre. So just to give a little bit of a history of, I suppose, where we've come from, the test site in Galway Bay was established in 2006. The Marine Institute won secured a lease, a 10-year lease for the test site. 2 WECs were deployed, Ocean Energy and WaveBob. We, as a not-for-profit organisation, were incorporated in 2012. We won our first European project in 2014. The underwater cable observatory, which I'll talk about later, was installed in 2015. We got ISO accreditation under the 3 standards, 14001, 45001 and 9001. And that's key because we're operating in a marine environment, and it's corrosive and it's dangerous. And that is a real key, and we believe that we bring our kind of shipping expertise into this sector. We're very familiar with the procedures that need to be developed before you can safely deploy any technology at sea. SEAPower was deployed between 2016 and 2017. We established our community liaison presence in 2019. In retrospect, with the benefit of hindsight, we should have done that further back. And that's something that, as I say, we've a lot of battle scars from dealing with, I suppose, issues in terms of consenting and also community buy-in. But we've been working really, really hard, and we got some very good ways and learnings from that. By 2020, we've been involved in 16 European funded projects. And the interesting thing here is we managed to leverage over 5 million, and almost 2/3 of that was actually available to technology developers to test in the test site or different locations in Ireland. And to date, from bigger projects to smaller ones involving sensors, connectors, coatings, materials, communication systems, we've delivered over 80 projects. So why choose Blue Eyes? I mentioned large-scale marine infrastructures. What I mean by that is we established and managed and promoted the test site on behalf of the Marine Institute and the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland. We're experienced in managing as well. I managed the research vessel fleet for the Marine Institute for many years. Also, we worked with P&O and we managed a cable lay vessel. I was involved in developing a strategy to design and build and launch 3 crew transfer vessels into the offshore wind industry, managed survey vessels, the Prince Maddock, and other vessels within the P&O maritime fleet. So we know about what's involved in terms of the planning, the health and safety, and also the commercial aspect of chartering in and chartering out vessels from both the buyer's perspective and the seller's perspective, and there's nuances there. We're experienced in the design, planning and execution of hydrographic, geotechnical and geophys surveys. My colleague Rogério spent 15 years in the Portuguese Navy. He was the senior hydrographer there. So we understand how to put those surveys together. We've identified sites for wave, wind and tidal projects already on behalf of developers, and we're involved in various projects there, and we're going to expand that. We've got direct seagoing experience. We know what it's like to be on a boat and the bow from the stern. And we've got a direct experience of the consenting and permitting process in Ireland. So that's what we bring to developers, both developers of the technology and developers of the sites, demonstration sites or full sites for fixed floating wind, wave, floating solar and tidal. So in terms of the specialist services we offer, site identification, we're doing work with a company called Ampex Power now, identifying suitable sites, taking in all of the available baseline data and presenting it in GIS and coming up with honing in on locations. Deployment of sensors and equipment for collecting wave, tidal and wind resource data. We've been doing that for years. We understand how it works. Site investigation and lease applications, again, through the test site and on behalf of other developers. We don't have the infrastructure to do the geophys and geotech surveys, but we can develop those scopes of work and project manage the delivery on behalf of our clients. We can be a client representative in terms of the local supply chain. I'll talk a bit about our work at the Marine Ireland Industry Network, but we know where the companies are. We can engage them on behalf of developers. The assessment of stakeholder concerns, fisheries, local, other industry concerns is key. Community engagement, as I mentioned, HSEQ, and then the identification and pursuit of funding. We understand, we know our way around the European funding system, and we can help developers to apply for funds. So enough about Blue Eyes. The job that we do in terms of managing the test site, we've got 3 test berths for wave energy devices, and then one of those can be used for floating wind devices. And we have this underwater cabled observatory for testing a variety of sensors in a subsea environment. Some of the projects, we delivered a project for DONAGH, who tested low power wide area radio technologies as a way of developing low cost ways of managing marine assets, tracking them. They tested the range at which they work at and validated that in the facility. We've tested a wave height sensor for ZEOS and Galway in NUIG. They've characterized the wave data for the past 10 years. So that's information that we can give to developers so they can design to survive the conditions. Future projects, I'm conscious of time. We're hoping we'll have that floating wind device, Tetrafloat, that was mentioned by Seamus earlier. We've got projects with Dundalk and Villacom, who you'll hear about later, testing their communication systems. WaveRAM, William Dick's device as well, and National Oceanographic Centre as well, a device for fault detection in cables. These are some of the funding opportunities. We've got the Ocean Demo call opening in June 2021. We'd urge you to engage with us. There's funding there for projects to access the test site and to access other areas. We're involved in the Blue Gift project, which provides funding as well to access PLOCAN, WAVEX, CINO and BMEP. These are the southern Mediterranean test sites. And then SEAI mentioned the RD&D call. So community engagement, we follow a sort of a strategy which is about engaging, understanding the concerns, gaining trust and supporting people in the community. We've developed, we've identified funding opportunities and ran events with locals. We're running an MSc course as well to bring marine renewable energy modules into post-primary education. And finally, the Marine Ireland Industry Network. I'd encourage anybody interested in the marine in Ireland to join the industry directive and participate in the network, which was launched last Thursday. Thank you very much for listening.
Now, thank you very much, John. And while Blue Wise Marine is a new company, obviously you bring a wealth of experience from Smart Bay, Ireland, and you talked about having 40 plus years experience, and I think you mentioned working on over 80 projects, which is a really impressive CV. And just to pick up on one of the points you mentioned, not just the work that you've done with technology developers, but I think it's really important the work that you've done with communities, and that aspect of community engagement and having a social license to operate in projects, and the work that you do on the test site is crucial. So continued success, and we look forward to hearing future updates on Blue Wise Marine. Now we've 3 more presentations to go in this session for anyone who's maybe slightly wondering how long we're going to go on for. And we're going to go back to Scotland and introduce Tim Hurst. Tim is the Managing Director of WAVE Energy Scotland, who a number of you will be familiar with. WAVE Energy Scotland was formed in 2014 to ensure that Scotland maintains its leading role in the development of marine energy. And Tim spent his early career as an engineering officer in the RAF before moving into the renewables field with the Scottish Green Energy Centre and then with the Highlands and Islands Enterprise. And for the past 5 years, Tim has been MD of WAVE Energy Scotland. So over to you, Tim.
Thanks, Colin. Can I just check you can see my slides there?
Yep, all good.
Great, okay. Okay, I'm just going to talk to you briefly about EuropeWAVE and a little bit about WAVE Energy Scotland. First of all, EuropeWAVE. Well, what is EuropeWAVE? EuropeWAVE is an innovative R&D program for wave energy technology. It combines funding from regional, EU and national level to the tune of 22.7 million euros, and it will be a competitive pre-commercial procurement program. This is based on the PCP staged development process that WES has been using for the last 5 years, and the aim is to foster greater openness, collaboration and a bit more sharing of risk between the public and private sector. It's also in line with the EU's objectives for industrial and competitiveness objectives for the European Green Deal. And the programme will focus very much on the priority areas for wave energy technology development, scale prototypes, off-grid applications, and the development of mooring systems. It's much funded by EU's Horizon 2020 programme, and it's a collaboration between WAVE Energy Scotland, the Basque Energy Agency, and Ocean Energy Europe. The thing that's different about this programme than previous grant-funded programs is that it has potentially higher intervention rates, and it can supply up to 100% funding for the development of the programme. The programme will ultimately end up with demonstration of scale prototypes in open water, both in Scotland and in the Basque region. And what I'll do is I'll just briefly explain what a PCP is for those of you that don't know. A PCP is effectively a technology competition. The development process from solution design right through to the development of the first prototypes is broken down into 3 stages, and a number of potential technologies providers that have technical solutions enter the program at phase 1. They are funded, potentially up to 100% funding through an R&D contract to develop their technology. And at the end of that stage, they compete against each other, and the best technologies move through to the second phase. And then they're funded to go through another stage of development. And again, at the end of phase 2, they compete, and the best technologies are selected to go through to phase 3. And at each of those stage gates that they have to pass through, we set some standards, some metrics on performance, cost, reliability, all the things that you would expect to be assessed as part of an evaluation of technology. And it isn't just the best, but it is those that actually reach the bar, if you like. If there's a performance metric for potential levelized cost of energy and nobody meets it, well, there's no point going forward. So there are some metrics at each of those stages that define what a good wave energy device looks like, and only those that meet that pass through the process. So that's fundamentally how it will work. Some timelines. The project will run for 5 years. It started on the 1st of January. We'll issue our PCP competition details around April 2021. And we'll be expecting the applications in around September of 2021. Okay, that's it for EuropeWAVE. I'm just going to give you a brief update on what WES is doing. Here's a quick summary of what WES has been up to. We've been running a technology program for the last 5 years. And in that time, we've run 5 PCP programs on power takeoffs, wave devices themselves, advanced control systems, structural materials, quick connection mooring systems as well. And we've had around 230 organizations, and we've run 96 separate projects with an overall funding contribution of £41 million. The program has been open to the whole of Europe, and we've had contributions from 13 different countries from around Europe. This is the program. You can see each of those 5 technology programs that I've talked about. We started off with power takeoffs, then wave devices, and we've moved through structural materials, advanced control systems, and we're currently on quick connection systems. As you can see, most of those programs are starting to come to an end now, and certainly the PTO program is just finishing off now. We've got 5 different PTO technologies that have been proven and have come through that program. With the wave devices, we've got 2 wave devices from initial 8 that came into the program being developed. And you've already heard from Chris Retzler and Motion Energy, who is one of them. The other is AWS Ocean Energy. Also, you've heard from Nova and from Corpower. Both of those have been in our program. I don't have time to go through all of these projects. I've just got a picture here that shows some of the technology that's been developed and tested as part of the WES program. And this is just to give you an idea of the scale of the program and the sort of testing that we've done. This shows our 5 PTOs. And there's a picture of Chris's motion device as well there, all being tested in real sea conditions out in the ocean. I won't go into any more detail on that, just to say that the program is coming to an end now. Most of these projects are going to be finished off sometime in 2021, and hopefully we'll see Chris Retzler's wave device and the device from AWS Ocean Energy tested up in Orkney in real sea conditions over the summer. Okay, one last slide from me. I talked about the stage-gated process that we've been using in WES, and that we intend to use as part of EuropeWAVE, where we set the standards at each of the stages. One of the things we have been doing is working with a number of other stakeholders on this concept through the International Energy Agency's Ocean Energy Systems Task 12, which is the idea of developing a framework for the development of ocean energy. And this has incorporated the idea of stage gates, the idea of standard metrics that define the performance of a device, and built it into a framework. So that has been published Monday of this week, and it's available on the IEA OES website. So we're very keen to get that utilised by the rest of the sector, and we think this is a really good means of adding some sort of structure that those outside of the sector, particularly investors, can then understand the state of development and the maturity of any particular individual device by where they get to in this framework program. Okay, that's it from me. I'll leave it there. Back to you, Colin.
Tim, thank you very much for that update on EuropeWAVE and Wave Energy Scotland. And I was particularly struck by the work that's done on EuropeWAVE in terms of that pre-commercial procurement model, which is a very innovative way of making sure that technology stays under development, and also with stage technical gates. So it's very much a very innovative approach, which is to be complemented. And also the work that Wave Energy Scotland do in developing the cost competitive wave technology along those 5 structured programs. Again, it's great to see the involvement of a range of different technology developers in that, and moving components through the technology stage gates. So well done, and we look forward to continued success with Wave Energy Scotland. Now we're moving back home now to hear about another flagship project, Western Star. So our next presenter is Sam ROCH-PERKS from Simply Blue Energy. He's the CEO there, and we heard already from his colleague Val earlier in the day. Sam is a civil engineer and he's chief executive of Simply Blue Energy. And Sam's career has involved property development in Ireland and Sweden, as well as a very successful stint as a public in Asia. So I don't know whether he'll have time to tell us about the stories of running pubs in Asia, but he's here to talk about the Western Star project. So over to you, Sam.
Colin, thank you very much for that introduction. And Peter, thanks very much for the invitation to speak today. Colin, can you see those slides?
Yep, all good there.
Good, great, thanks, Chris. Good morning, or I should say good afternoon, everybody. Greetings from a lovely sunny morning from Ardmore, County Waterford. I can't believe it's a year that's gone by since we were at this forum last year in Dublin, and I've had the pleasure of introducing the Emerald project then, which Val spoke about earlier, and delighted that our partnership with Shell has now matured. I'm going to quickly just touch on Simply Blue, introduce the Western Star. Can you put that on? Sorry. Introduce our Western Star project, and indeed at the end, I'm going to introduce you a young lady called Roisin Renewables, which is a video just to try and lighten stuff up. Simply Blue, we're a blue economy developer working with the oceans. We work with floating wind, wave energy, and low impact aquaculture. The head office is in Cork. It doubles over as the office for the Emerald project. With Shell, we have a project office in Pembrokeshire for our Blue Gem Wind joint venture with Total. And indeed, then we have project offices in Newquay, Edinburgh, and just starting one in Oregon with the great Kevin Bannister. So I know Tony Lewis is speaking next, and Tony is one of the godfathers of marine energy. But one of the other godfathers of marine energy in Ireland is John Ringwood from Maynooth University. And when Hugh Kelly and I set up the business back in 2011, I'd read John's paper in 2006, which Patrick referred to earlier, about co-development of wave and wind. And that has led to Western Star. And Colin, many of your colleagues would have had me up and down the corridors of ESB back in 2012, 13, 14. So this has gone back to then. And when we say co-development, it's not co-location. So if you look there on the screen, there's 30 kilometers distance between the FOW site and the wave site. The FOW site is 35 kilometers off the west coast, and the WEC site is about 4 kilometres. The FOW is 1.1 gig. All FOW, you know, we need to be commercial size to make this economically development, as we all know. And then 30 megawatts of pre-commercial wave in a stepping stone approach. I'm delighted that the Western Star Marine website is now up and running. So firstly, why wind and wave? And I'm really lucky that Patrick and Seamus have spoken earlier to give us the real detail of that, and I'm not trying to go into it, but there are 3 main areas. You know, the increased predictability and stability, cost reduction. We're doing a lot of work on how that looks within this project. Within DevEx, our initial modelling says something like 10% cost reduction, CapEx maybe 5% reduction. OpEx will be really interesting to see what comes out, because part of this project is there's some research in how the wave reacts with it. And obviously there's a reduced curtailment, and then, you know, as Patrick referred to earlier, very, very equivalently, you know, the increased penetration of renewables into the grid. So the floating wind site, most likely the potential is we look at doing a stepping stone similar to Emerald, 300 megawatts followed by 800 megawatts. Again, looking at the west coast, the Money Point grid. You know, we talked about that earlier this morning. That was referred to as such a big issue, but I think the other big issue and the big challenge for the country is route to market. How do we get the electrons we are going to produce off the west coast to the market, to the load centre of the Ruhr Valley or whatever? Challenges out there. Obviously, it's a step up from the Celtic Sea with regard to the Met Ocean conditions, and there's also some data gaps at present that we'll start working at in our phase 2, which is just commenced. So the wave site, completed phase 1 of work there. It's a pre-commercial stepping stone. I'm looking at a stepping stone approach. I suppose the stepping stone for FOW is really to bring along supply chain. I think really here for the stepping stone for wave is to bring along local supply chain, but it's also to bring along the industry. It's in and around the West Wave area. So have been working closely with Colm, your colleagues, and that's been great. And the intention is to have 5 megawatts deployed in the middle of this decade. And there were some discussions about that earlier. So we're aiming at a commissioning date there of 2026. So just moving on to who we're working with, and my colleague here hit the move forward button a little bit before me. So who we're working with. So we'd like to be working with Corpower. No Corpower, go back to about 2016. We met with Patrick and his team, formed a collaboration agreement in 19. Huge congratulations to Corpower. Earlier this week, you may have seen another 7.3 million of support from the Portuguese government for their C4 test, which will be going in back end of this year into ocean dry test first, during the summer, and then moving on then to a mini array of 4 WECs, as Patrick said, between 22 and 23, and that's when Western Star needs to be ready. There's no point in waiting till that's come out, and then we've got to wait another 5 years to consent a site. So delighted to be working with Corpower, but also we've worked with, I think there's 12 consultants on phase 1 of Western Star. 75% have been local. Delighted to also report on our Erebus project with Total and floating wind. For the first year DevEx fund, we're somewhere close to 10 million and 84% was local. So we're passionate about trying to get as much local supply as possible. And it's really, really important. I think that, Ireland Inc. puts their hand up and says, we're here for wave. This is something that we can be part of and own going forward and own that supply chain, not just for Ireland, but for an international expansion. And that's really important. Now is the time to do it. Delighted also to announce EIT Energy, passionate about that energy transition and decarbonisation, are joining us and are partners with us on this project. Diego and I have been speaking about this for many, many years, picked it up with Javier about 2 years ago. It's been a long discussion, and delighted that they're joining with us here. And I think when we've got the European funding at this early stage behind us, hopefully for Dublin and all the stakeholders, they can show, can say, this is a huge opportunity to look at how floating wind, offshore wind and wave can work. I think Kevin Bannister says it's that happy coexistence of the marine, and that's what we're interested in. Now, I'd like to just now introduce you to a Roisin Renewables. It's an animation. It's been a in-house project that Val's 3 daughters are involved in it. Indeed, the star, Roisin, is Alba. Our finance director, his sons wrote the music and play the music. My daughter, Ella, wrote the original script, and Jane Lee in Cork has put it together. So I hope you enjoy it for a bit of levity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. And it's great to see an Irish company, Simply Blue Energy, you know, that has now got 40 staff. So congratulations and well done on that. And pursuing 2 flagship projects, Western Star and Emerald project, as well as the projects of the coast of the UK. And I think the co-development of floating offshore wind and wave is certainly a key way to go in future. So we look forward to continued success for Simply Blue Energy. And finally, well done to everyone involved in the animation. And I don't think we got the full gist of that, but hopefully with the sound when it's up on the site, we'll be able to appreciate it fully. So well done and thank you, Sam. Now, we started this session in Cork and we're going to go back to Cork, and he's been described as the father of ocean energy, and I think Sam called him the godfather of ocean energy, but he probably needs no introduction. But Tony Lewis is Technical Director of Ocean Energy Limited, and of course Ocean Energy Limited are developers of the OE buoy, and they're preparing to deploy their next version of the technology in Hawaii in the coming months. Tony is well known to many of you. He's over 40 years work experience in the ocean energy sector, and following a distinguished and pioneering academic career in University College Cork, he joined Ocean Energy Limited as Technical Director. So, Tony, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Colin, thanks for that. I'm not sure if you can see my slides, guys. Can you?
Tony, can you just switch display settings for us there?
Oh yeah, apologies. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I've gone the other way around.
That's perfect. Thank you.
You okay now? Okay. Well, thanks for that nice introduction there, Colin. I'm not sure whether father or godfather is the worst option, but anyway. I'll thank Peter for the invitation to present the progress of ocean energy with the OE buoy. It's 2 years now since we came to the forum. I wasn't able to attend last year, unfortunately, but I think we're making some great progress. But the whole issue we have is the same as a lot of other people have, and that's the problem with COVID. Ocean Energy has been developing this technology since 2003. And we've been following the sort of stages that was mentioned there by Tim on the developments going forward. So we started at stage 1 with small tank tests, moved into stage 2 with larger tank tests, and then stage 3 was deployments in Galway Bay at the Smart Bay site with three deployments there with a scale of around 1 to 3, 1 to 4. It's a very interesting site, and we certainly had some extreme waves of 8 meters when we were there. We had a European project which was funded as well at that site, and in total we had something like 3 to 3.5 years of deployment at sea. So we came to the end of that stage 3, and then looking for somewhere to move forward to stage 4. And the issue moving forward to stage 4 in Ireland was that there was no real grid connected test site where we could deploy a larger scale machine. So fortunately, the memorandum of understanding between the Department of Energy in the US and Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland came to the rescue in a way that funding was available, and we developed a joint project between the two funding agencies and with the US Navy to move into the stage 4, which was then the construction of a large-scale OE-35, which is a large-scale device which is constructed and then to be deployed at the US Navy test site in Hawaii. The power takeoff we have for this system is the Dresser-Rand Siemens Hydro-Air turbine, and the construction of that is complete. So just referring back maybe to the technology, technology is a floating oscillating water column, only one moving part, no moving parts in the water. The device has the turbine, which is above the water level, one moving part, which is the rotor of the turbine. all of the equipment is inside the watertight flotation area, and all the equipment being used is standard off-the-shelf industrial scale equipment, which is highly reliable. So we had exceptional power performance and good survivability, as we saw from the deployment in Galway Bay. When in Galway Bay, as I say, 3 days after we deployed in 2006, we had the 40-year storm with 8-meter waves, but there was no damage, no problems, and the device just happily sailed through everything. One of the big advantages of the OE buoy is a very simple construction, and I hope the video here will play for you. I'm sure if you can hear the music, I hope you can't, because it'll drown me out, I'd say. But you can see it's a very simple construction. It's reinforced different steel plates, modular type construction, what I call the sort of IKEA wardrobe type construction. So these structures being moved around in the bigger shipyard in Portland, bigger than wardrobes. They're that last unit you saw there was over 300 tons being moved by the equipment in the shipyard, upended, and then welded together for the final stage of the hull construction. The turbine then was assembled alongside, completely modular, lifted, bolted, and welded into place, interfacing with the vent chamber, and then the whole device then completed on the shoreline. So then we had to load the device out. The device loadout was completed after a full dry test of the device connected to the 11 kV supply. The loadout again was moving this 800-ton device. It's very simple for these shipyard constructions here. And we had a problem in the time at Portland because the water levels, because of climate change and everything else, are very low. So we had to build a spacer into the dry dock. That spacer is a barge, so we had to increase the level of the deck of the dry dock, put the barge in, device on the barge, change the dry dock level, load the device off the barge, and load the device off the barge, sink the dry dock again in deeper water, and then load the device out. That was the construction then. In 2019. So the device then is designed to go to the test site at Oahu in Honolulu. It's operated by the U.S. Navy at the Marine Corps base in Oahu, and there are pre-installed moorings there suitable for the OE buoy. There's a subsea cable connected to the shore, and the device then will be connected directly into the 11 kV grid for the generation of electricity into the Hawaiian grid. The device then was, as you saw, launched towards the end of 2019. We had a number of delays in getting tugs and getting the dry dock availability. So eventually it was brought to the mouth of the Columbia River in Portland. Portland is nearly 100 kilometers from the shoreline, so Portland then the device towed down the Columbia River to Astoria, and then towed through the ocean in a wet tow to Hawaii. So Portland to Hawaii, that looks rather easy on the diagram, but it took 43 days, as you can see. It's 2,300 nautical miles, and it was the wrong time of the year really to transport the device, but we had no choice in terms of the way the timing went.
90 seconds.
So the device then, the device arrived in Hawaii, and there it was at the beginning of December. We had a nice traditional blessing ready to go, and so the deployment dates then were Portland to Hawaii, October 2019, arrive in Hawaii, December 2019, and then we were all geared up then to go back to deploy at the test site in January, February of 2020. But of course, what happened then was the problem is COVID, and we haven't been able to go back to Hawaii now since then to do the pre-commissioning tests or to do the deployment. So it's very, very frustrating, and we're a good way behind time now, and it looks like it could be even Q3, Q4 2021 before we get back. But who knows? It's this COVID problem is really quite large, and it means we have an issue with traveling. Just to finish off then, what I'd like to show you is obviously great minds are thinking alike. Sam and myself, I presented this slide at a conference that Mary Robinson organized at the end of November in 2018, and it's what I call the second Shannon scheme. And we're very unique in Ireland that very soon we will have over 1,000 megawatts free on the grid in the west coast of Ireland because of the closure of the Money Point coal-fired power station. So that offers us a huge opportunity, I think, to develop devices off the west coast of Ireland. I have this idea, maybe we could have a subsea cable maybe coming into the Money Point connection, and then you have the 400 kilovolt lines running all the way back to Dublin. So if you want to look a bit more of that, you see the connection there. But I say we have a unique opportunity moving forward to develop, moving towards the targets which are required in the European context. So I apologize for rushing through that. It's very compact in terms of producing 10 minutes, but I hope I've given you a flavor of where we are, and we're waiting maybe the vaccine or some way of getting to Hawaii to move the project along. So thanks very much for your attention. Bye for now.
Thank you very much, Tony, and I think your video gave an appreciation of the scale of the OE buoy, and I know that 2020 has been a really challenging year for you with COVID-19, and all we can do is wish you every success this year, and hopefully COVID-19 abates and you get to complete the deployment in Hawaii. And I think your description of the second Shannon scheme, I think, is very apt, because I think we're on the cusp of a new revolution in terms of the opportunity that marine renewables affords Ireland, and it's on the scale of the Shannon scheme. So I think it's a very, very apt comparison. So that brings to an end this session. I know we've run over time. Could I just very quickly, Peter, I know we're under pressure, just to thank all of the presenters for great presentations and for giving of their time. And also to thank Chris, who's been in the background there, managing the technical issues, and just to wish everyone else the very best of luck with the rest of the forum. And I'm handing back to yourself, Peter, am I?
To chair that session is Sam McCluskey from CASE and the Brighton Centre in Belfast, whom many of you know from previous fora, and she's a really, really strict timekeeper with all speakers. So over to you, Sam.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. Just like to offer my congratulations to the first two sessions, two excellent sessions packed with some fabulous presentations, and three things normally happen when I take over at this stage. Peter normally allows me to do a very quick fly the flag for Northern Ireland, so I'm going to do it very quickly. Just resonating at a comment that Sue made earlier on about 800 megawatts of sites in English, Welsh and Scottish waters, and it's fairly obvious that Northern Ireland is lagging behind the rest of the UK in that respect, and we're just very hopeful that the new strategic energy framework that the Northern Irish Assembly are bringing out shortly will help to support Northern Irish companies and the sector in that regard. The second thing is there's usually plenty of banter about the rugby, as this session is always happening on the first weekend of the Six Nations, and I'm going to be magnanimous this year. I'm not normally, and wish all teams the very best of luck given the year that's in it. And thirdly, and Peter's already mentioned it, he usually asks me to warn people not to rush out and eat all of the sandwiches, so please don't don't do that before the session ends. One thing that struck me from the last session is the speed with which things seem to be moving at the moment. within the sector, and it's fabulous to see that. But one thing that's going to strike you about this next session is the speed of the delivery of these 8 snapshots. So I'm going to very quickly then move along to our first speaker, who is Jimmy Murphy. Jimmy's a senior lecturer in the School of Engineering at UCC, and he's a technical lead engineer of the LEA National Ocean Test Facility in the SFI MARI Centre. Dr. Murphy has been a leading figure in research in the field of offshore renewables in Europe, having coordinated such projects as the FP7 Lean Wind project and a number of Horizon 2020 projects, including Marinet 2. So I'm going to hand over to you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Okay, can everybody see my slides?
Yep, that's you.
Can you hear me and see me? As I'm a serial offender in terms of running over time, I'll just skip that. I'll just go straight into the presentation. So what I'm going to present today is an update on the MARI Centre and the LEA National Ocean Test Facility. So just to recap on the MARI Centre, it's an SFI funded centre which has moved successfully into its second phase, and it has 7 areas. The main areas that are relevant to offshore renewable energy are Research Area 1 and Research Area 2, maybe specifically in relation to technology development. So just a few stats in relation to the MARI. It was originally founded in around 2014, and since then it has grown to what it is now, with a centre with over 220 researchers. It has 75 industry partners, 13 institutions, partnering institutions, and it collaborates with over 36 countries worldwide. So we're recognised worldwide as a centre of excellence for research in sort of the marine, the blue economy and climate change sort of aspects of research. We look specifically at technology development for offshore renewable energy. I've just listed here the main institutions within the MARI Centre that are most relevant. You know, sort of in University College Cork, we do a lot of work in, you know, sort of technology development in terms of testing and modelling. Similarly in UIG, University of Maynooth, Dundalk Institute of Technology, who are a new member of the MARI Centre, and as well as University College Dublin. So I suppose that the names there are the main people who are leading the research in Ireland in relation to offshore renewable energy development. And just moving on to the LEA National Ocean Test Facility, you know, sort of we've been testing wave energy technologies and offshore technologies for 30-40 years, but you know, sort of we have this new facility now in the building in Ringaskiddy, the Beaufort building, and we have a number of tanks and test rigs that you can see here in the picture that can test technologies at different scales, you know, sort of, and as well as that we have various electrical equipment, you know, sort of test rigs and grid emulators in order to look at power takeoff systems and how they feed energy into the grid. So we're a relatively unique sort of test facility as we combine different aspects in relation to the development of offshore renewable energies at low TRLs. And I suppose, you know, sort of the facility itself has been impacted by COVID, as most things have been, but we still have managed to stay open for the majority of time. We were closed for about 2 months last year from March to May, but we've been open ever since, and we've been undergoing or carrying out testing, you know, of various technologies since then. And we've been taking the time as well because, you know, some of the testing has been postponed to develop our systems and testing methodologies within the centre. So, you know, part of that looks, you know, I've listed it there, you know, sort of we can now live stream, you know, sort of all tests to clients, you know, sort of in the past, you know, people had travelled over and they attended the testing. Now we can just stream them the testing as it's going, and that makes it easier for them as well. We also can live stream the data to them so that they can undertake analysis. And as well as that, we've been developing new test methods, and I've shown 3 pictures there. If I start sort of go clockwise from top right, you know, sort of one of them is the top, that's the hexapod system, which is going to be used for force oscillating floating bodies to look at their damping characteristics. So we're installing and testing that at the moment. If you move down to the bottom right, we have a PIV system for looking at the interaction of fluids with structures. And for that, you can see the tank there. We have to fully cover the tank, for safety purposes when we're running that PIV, because sort of it's a laser system. And the bottom left, then sort of we're looking at emulating wind and currents in the tank without actually generating wind and currents. So you can see that we have a drone on top of a wind turbine, a floating wind platform there, and that's designed to replicate all the forces and moments that an actual wind turbine, which is acted on by wind, would experience. And then we can have a software in the loop system as well that sort of adjusts the loads depending on the motion of the platform. And just another thing we're developing, which is pretty unique, is that we're trying to emulate currents in the tank as well. So we're trying to have a system that you can replicate the behavior of the platform with if there was currents present, because so, and just in some other testing we've been doing, just snapshot pictures here. These are some wave energy devices. This is testing we did for Dublin Offshore Consultants in terms of a load reducing technology. Another floating wind platform with multiple turbines. This is testing we've carried out for exceedance and technology from ideas on a novel wave pump. This is testing for JOSPA in relation to a wave tug. This is a testing of a raft for the MARINA 2 project in terms of a round-robin testing, where this device was tested in 5 or 6 laboratories around Europe. This is a floating solar platform that we tested there just before Christmas, and this is just one that's a bit different. Sort of this is a technology for harnessing power from flows. Sort of it's an Irish developer doing this, and we helped them out in terms of setting it up for the test. And you can see there sort of the lights are lighting on the side on the stream there. So we were participating in this. I'll also mention work that has been carried out in UIG, because Jamie Goggins there has been developing an impressive portfolio in terms of the testing that he's been doing in relation to tidal blades and wind blades as well. So you can see some of the projects that he's been involved in with that. And just moving on, normally sort of we have an afternoon session at this event, but that's not where we describe a lot of the projects we're doing. So I'm just sort of giving a list there of some of the projects. And I suppose just to mention MARINA 2, sort of what has been relevant to a lot of developers was the transnational access. And we've now finished all the transnational access calls, and all the projects have been allocated, so that's finished. There is a call in the US called the TEAMER project, and there have been European and Irish developers have applied to that call. It's similar to MARINA 2. So that's still an opportunity for developers to get testing, and there's a lot of other projects there that you can see at the bottom of the page. And just nearing the end now, we have still a lot of ongoing collaboration with Irish industry. There may be the impression that things have slowed down, but they haven't that much. And you can see a lot of the companies that we've been dealing with, over the last year. So there's some old faces and some new faces on the list as well. And just a final mention of this Supernode project, because it's something different. Supernode are a company related to Mainstream, and they're developing a new sort of offshore superconductor cable system that they say will sort of reduce the LCOE by 20%. So that's a project. It's a very exciting and innovative project that's ongoing at the moment, and sort of the technology is currently at low TRL, and we're part of the process of trying to get it up to TRL levels and out into industry. And I suppose that's me finished there now, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. It's great to see such cross-institutional collaborations happening, so thank you for that. We're going to have to move quickly on to our next speaker, who's Pat O'Connor, the CEO of FLYNN. He's a former Army officer with wide international experience and a Master's in Business from the UCD Smurfit School of Business. Pat, over to you.
You're on mute there, Pat.
Pat, if you could just unmute, please.
Great.
That's it now. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I know I've only a short amount of time, but as a first-time participant in MRIA, I just want to say it's really impressive, like the level and depth of talent we have in this island. It's exciting to be trying to add a new company to that. And just some of the people like Sam and Simply Blue, Val Cummins, Keen Conroy, Mark Mellett and Piers FLYNN, like these are people who have given their time to small companies like us to encourage us into the supply chain. So I just want to thank them for that. And it's very exciting to be part of it. So what we're looking to solve is the challenge as offshore wind industry expands, because there's a more demand for production. And as we move offshore and we see further risks with deeper seas and further from the coast, how do we scale up the training to keep people safe in those operational environments? And given my background and given where we work, we think the solution to that is to adopt military simulation technology and bring it to the offshore wind industry. And that's something that we've just started to do. And I'd love to just share a couple of minutes about that. So you might say, well, what does a fighter jet pilot have to do with this? Well, this is a project that we're running with the Royal Air Force. And I think back to when Piers FLYNN was speaking, he spoke about the potential for data in offshore wind. So in the training that we do, which is data-driven virtual reality simulation, we capture approximately 2.7 million data points per minute. We then take machine learning algorithms and use that to predict outcomes, to keep people safer and improve their performance. And I think this exact technology is going to transform how we train the industry and to keep people safer in the offshore industry. Some of the things it does is it obviously reduces risks because you don't need to train in high risk environments, but you can prepare people as if they're there. The other thing is it provides standardized training. So in other words, you know everyone's getting the very best training, but they can do it remotely. They don't need to travel to a offshore wind training platform in Blythe. The third part, and probably the most exciting, is the data that we can gather and how we can use that to predict how people will perform in the real world and to keep them safer. And those data sets can then be used to train autonomous vehicles in the future as well. And ultimately, the challenge here isn't technology, I believe. It's around business model. So we've developed simulation as a service business model. So that means that providers can pay for their employees to train on an hourly basis, cheaper than traditional training and with better outcomes. And I think that's an exciting proposition for the industry. The first dipping of our toe in offshore wind is through an OWGP funded project in the UK. And that's very exciting, where we're taking the GWO safety training offshore wind syllabus, and we're starting to convert it into VR and to integrate it with our data-driven virtual reality training platform. So what that means now is that people will be able to access GWO certified offshore wind training and simply put on a VR headset wherever they are in the world, download the app and just pay by the hour. This is what's happening in the military. It is the move where high value jobs like pilots in a fighter pilots or military armor crews, they don't need to train in a real aircraft or train in a real armored vehicle anymore. They can train wherever they are in a VR headset with better training than traditional training, with data-driven insights and with better outcomes for everyone. So I hope I've got you guys back on track. I just want to thank you all for having me as part of this and to say that it's exciting to be part of this to this event. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pat. That's excellent. It's very, very encouraging to see new companies entering into the market. So well done on that. So we'll move on very swiftly now to Eamon Howlin. Eamon has a long experience in this industry in Scotland, where he worked with wave energy pioneer Aquamarine in Norway and Ireland, and today he's the Chief Executive Officer of Solar Marine Energy. Eamon.
Hello, thank you, Sam. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you there.
Okay, great. So Solar Marine Energy, I just want to present to you for a few minutes on floating solar energy, the inland and coastal side of things. It's an exciting emerging industry that's been in development since the first commercial projects 2011, experienced 140% year-on-year growth rate since 2011. So with Solar Marine, we're a team of experienced engineering professionals with over 80 years of hands-on marine and energy industry experience. We formed in 2016, and in 2017 we're Enterprise Ireland Competitive Startup Fund winners. We design and develop innovative energy project solutions for inland and coastal floating solar energy plants. We've developed and registered our own IP, and we also provide marine consultancy services for offshore wind developments and energy projects, wave energy projects. We recently completed a 2-year front-end engineering design study for the design of a floating PV plant to power hydrogen electrolysis. We did this under the Marine Institute in collaboration with University College Cork. I think a link to the final summary report documents being provided in the chat. We're working currently with Queen's University Belfast under the Case 2 project on a floating solar energy plant testing programme for the assessment of wind uplift forces acting on PV panels and structural loads. And since last July, we've been working with DNVGL on a joint industry project with 26 international floating PV developers to write a set of recommended best practices for the floating solar industry. Our commercial projects include a 3.5 megawatt project we're working on at the moment for a floating solar plant at a cement factory in Germany, 1 megawatt floating solar plant at a quarry site in northern Italy. And with Resolute Marine Energy, we're consulting on a wave energy converter to drive a reverse osmosis desalination plant. And on the wind energy side, we're working with Codling Wind Park Limited, providing consultancy on moorings design and providing offshore representation. So why floating solar energy? Well, by 2050, 80% of the world's electricity will come from renewable energy sources, and 1/3 of that will be from PV. By 2030, 17% of all PV energy produced worldwide will come from floating solar. So it's already an established technology on inland sheltered waters, over 2 gigawatts installed. It's ideal for use on unused water areas or underutilized water areas. It complements hydroelectric power stations, for example. And 40% of the world's population live within 100 kilometers of the coast. So floating solar in coastal waters is the next step, and referred to earlier. So FPV can produce 10% more energy than land-based plants. Why? Because the panels are naturally cooled by the water. It also reduces evaporation on water reservoirs, for example. Very importantly, floating solar offers investors 50% higher power density compared to land-based solar and 10 times that of offshore wind energy. So floating PV plants worldwide, many different examples. The closest to Ireland, I suppose, and the largest would be in the UK, the QE2 reservoir outside Heathrow Airport in London, 6.3 megawatt, and the power from that floating solar plant pumps water to the locality. Typical floating solar plant here using EU drinking water standard HDEP pipes for buoyancy with a galvanized steel frame structure, 70 by 80 meters in size, so 5,600 meters. Large scale plant example here in a flooded open cast coal mine in China, 150 megawatts. And a small project we worked on last year in northern Italy, 30 kilowatt plant powering a farm and exporting to the grid. So the costs in terms of Ireland, 75 euros per megawatt hour for 1 megawatt, an economy of scale for 5 megawatt down to 65 euros per megawatt hour. The most expensive components are the panels, which are reducing in cost year on year. So we're looking for partners to co-develop our coastal floating solar plant designs and FPV energy projects. We work with many academic institutes and industry partners, and we'd be delighted to receive and answer any inquiries you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eamon. And I just should say thank you very much for the plug. It's great to have you on board as part of the case-funded floating solar project. So thank you. So moving on next then to Rebecca Green, who's a Deals Tax Director and leads the Energy and Sustainability Tax Group at PwC. She works across all renewable technologies with a particular interest in offshore wind, following a secondment in 2020. She's a member of MRIA, so I'll hand over to you, Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I'm just going to swap my presenter. So sound and slides okay?
Yep, all good.
Thanks, Chris. So hi everyone, I'm delighted to be speaking here today and just wanted to sort of express the privilege I feel for being amongst such an esteemed group of speakers. As Sam mentioned, I work in PwC and I'm a director in the deals tax group, but I also lead the kind of energy and sustainability tax group, which is made up of 30 tax practitioners across different areas. So corporation tax, deals, RCT, capital allowances, tax policy, environmental taxes. So we kind of bring everything together. So I thought that the most useful way of doing my tax snapshot today would be to walk through a kind of a typical life cycle of a renewable project and chat through the different kind of tax risks and opportunities that might exist at each stage. So this is applicable to kind of domestic investors, international investors, and any real sort of kind of renewable project with any sort of development phase and construction phase incorporated in that. So just starting with kind of market entry, acquisition, JV investment, or specific project acquisition, depending on the route to the Irish market, I suppose, that the investor is taking. In establishing in Ireland, you know, consideration can be given to the holding structure for the project. So this will come down to, particularly in the marine renewable space, where that project is located and whether it falls within the territorial waters of Ireland. So definitely giving consideration at that early stage to how best to structure the project for a future exit will mean that you can optimize the tax position on an exit in the future. And that can be at any stage during the project, so the development phase or FID, or indeed at operational status. So then the next stage that we typically work with clients on is around transaction taxes and acquisition. So the structure of which the project is acquired will generally trigger stamp duty in Ireland. For a share transaction, it's 1%. For an asset transaction, it would be 7.3%. But there would also be consideration to capital gains withholding tax, and that is a withholding tax that can trigger where shares are considered to derive their value from Irish land. So not a topic for today, but definitely a couple of areas just to be aware of if you're looking at acquiring something in Ireland. The other key aspect of that initial phase would be the funding of the project. So both from an acquisition perspective and a development funding perspective, it's really important to give thought to that upfront and consider, you know, the debt and equity split, whether you're going to have an element of external funding, so bank debt, or indeed whether you plan to refinance in the future. So setting up your structure to give you the best position going forward is worth doing in that kind of early stage of the project. So moving into the development phase, a lot of good work can be done at the start of the development phase to set up the project for success from a tax perspective, I suppose. So for example, development activities, straight off the bat, if you're engaging contractors, relevant contract tax is one of the most extensive taxes that we have in the kind of renewable space. And so it's a withholding tax that arises on payments to contractors. And so you have to almost consider each contract and whether it triggers an obligation to operate RCT. And that does lie with the principal contractor, which is usually the kind of project SPV or the development company. VAT would also be a key cash flow issue for many projects. So making sure that you know you're set up and you register for VAT and those VAT refunds are triggering quickly is important too. From a DevCo OpCo perspective, again, if you're going to have a lot of substance in Ireland, like you're going to have a multitude of projects coming through a pipeline, it might be worth looking at a development company. And that gives you a much better answer with regard to kind of ongoing deductibility of costs, but also your ability to deduct aborted costs if you write off a project within that development company. The OpCo then would then be your SPV. So I'll have to up the pace a little bit. So in terms of allocation of profits and development and management services agreement, it's really important to put a framework in place to understand allocation of risk and allocation of reward with regard to your development projects in Ireland. So taking the steps to document that would be really important. Moving into construction then, obviously the main thing here would be your capital allowances entitlement. So looking at that kind of EPC contract up front, making sure that you've a clear breakdown of your costs will allow you to optimise the amount of capital allowances you can claim on a project. So the other thing around construction activities is importing your equipment, and whether Brexit or any kind of non-European imports would trigger a customs obligation as well.
10 seconds.
RCT continues to be an issue regarding your kind of construction phase. And then finally, in your ongoing tax considerations and cash repatriation, your profits in Ireland will be taxed at 12.5%, but you'll also have a lot of attributes that are available to you. In terms of an exit event, the main thing to watch out for is your substantial shareholding exemption or your participation exemption. And if you set up your holding company structure correctly, hopefully that will all work out as best it can at that stage. So I'll wrap it up there. I just have contact details for myself and 3 of the kind of partners that we have that have experience in this area. As I said, we're part of a wider team, but that's sort of me. So thanks. I'll hand back to Sam now.
Thank you, Rebecca. Understanding tax implications or even trying to get them across in 5 minutes, you did a fantastic job. It was a brilliant run through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Neil Harrison's next on the billing. Neil is the operations manager at the Bryden Centre, which is operated from Queen's University Belfast and is chaired, not coincidentally or coincidentally, by MRIA's chair, Peter Coyle. So Neil has a PhD in nonlinear optics from the University of Reading and spent much of his career prior to Bryden in a senior position at the National Physics Laboratory in the UK. Neil.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Peter, for inviting me to speak today. Hopefully you can see my slides and hear me. As Sam said, I'm the operations manager for the Bryden Centre, and I have been for the last couple of years. For those of you who are not familiar with the Bryden Centre, I thought I'd just give you a brief introduction. The Bryden Centre is an Interreg funded doctoral training centre covering Western Scotland, Northern Ireland and the border counties of Ireland. Led by Queen's with partners Letterkenny Institute of Technology, Ulster University, AFBI and University of Highland and Islands as research centres. We specialise in renewable energy research, focusing on marine and bioenergy. But it's important to say that we're not just focusing on technologies, we're also looking at the ecology of marine and land-based habitats, and very much we're interested in avoiding harm to these habitats. All our projects are delivered in partnership with industry and other organisations. I think to date we've worked with something over 130 organisations, which is nearly 4 times the target we had when we started out this project. So moving on, I thought I would give you a high-level view of what we're trying to achieve in Bryden 2, based on lessons we've learned from Bryden 1, what's worked well, and looking at where we could increase the benefits to the regions we cover. So first of all, we're very much about thinking about communities and providing the sort of training and opportunities for employment in those communities. A lot of the remit for the centre is looking at economic regeneration. Certainly going forward into the future, it'll be of increasing importance. So this includes, will include things like developing technical skills training and looking at those people that are in sunsetting industries from the fossil fuel community. We'll also be looking at issues such as social acceptance and how to make sure that communities benefit from low carbon industries and renewable energies. Also, in terms of importance to the centre is industry. We have a great track record working closely with industry, and I'm very pleased, with a lot of the projects and how they're coming on. No time to talk about them today, but we will be focusing on industry and partnering with industry to develop those new business opportunities in the low carbon, renewable energy and circular economy type areas, ideally producing almost zero waste. Obviously, high-skilled workforce is key to this, and we will be focusing very much on that. And skills form a key platform across all the different areas that we're going to concentrate on. One thing that we have found is that while providing innovation and confidence in technologies for companies and investors is very valuable, the facilitation and connecting of supply chains is key for many research projects to translate into the local economy. And as we've gone through the Bryden Centre 1, we have developed this approach, and we will be sort of reinforcing this as a major plank of activities in Bryden 2. Finally, we will continue with our research profile. Obviously, as a doctoral training centre, we have a great interest in providing the future industry and research leaders qualified to PhD and master's level, and also doing that fundamental research into the difficult technical, environmental, economic and social problems that we face. Combining all these together, we'll have projects which will deliver benefits not only to research but also to industry and to communities. Moving on rapidly, the Bryden 2 concept is very much based on community projects and clusters of community projects linked to centres of research with students based in industry to deliver those projects with industry. What does this mean in terms of what we're going to do technically? Well, we're going to concentrate still on our strengths, so bioenergy, moving into bioproducts such as biofuels and chemicals in agricultural communities. Focus still on sustainable marine energy and agriculture. And finally, one example of a specific area we tend to focus on is the opportunity that is presented by the future energy generation in the northwest of Ireland. So we're very much thinking about supporting an innovation centre development at Killybegs. If you are interested in partnering or joining with any of the work that we do, then please do drop me an email. Okay.
Thank you, Neil. That's excellent. Neil and I work very closely together in partnership with our two centres. Although I have to say that the last time I was in your office, Neil, the view wasn't quite as dramatic as that out the window. So thanks very much for that.
Okay, thank you.
So we move next to Adrian Mulholland, who's Director and CFO at Villicom. Adrian's a chartered accountant and a leading light in both finance and business development in Villicom, a company which keeps a low profile but is probably one of the leading telecoms consultancies in these islands. Over to you, Adrian.
Thanks, Sam, and everyone. I'm just checking, Sam, can everyone hear me and see my slides?
Yes, both.
Brilliant. So good afternoon, everyone. Just thanks, Sam, for the introduction, and Peter and the MRIA for the opportunity to present today. I'm a director of Villicom, one of Ireland's leading providers of wireless 4-5G connectivity solution providers. I'll very quickly take you through our progress offshore and the why and the how we deliver 4-5G solutions for offshore wind farms. I hope my few slides will allow you to gain an understanding of what we do and the vast opportunities that can be obtained from many different areas through the use of 4-5G systems at sea. I'm happy to catch up and take questions directly afterwards. So our performance, we're specialists in providing 4-5G networks. We deliver fast, secured, scalable end-to-end connectivity. We've been delivering mobile connectivity solutions for over 20 years on land in Ireland, the UK and beyond. And over the last 18 months, we have stayed a little bit under the radar, but we've invested over $1 million in setting up our offshore connectivity division. We've been fortunate to have won a number of offshore communication tenders in the UK, and we now have over 15 staff delivering our connectivity solutions for offshore sites and wind farms in the UK and across Europe. So just very, very quickly, how it works. Generally, land connectivity provides for approximately 1 to 2 miles offshore. After that, your signal coverage falls, and vessels and wind farms at sea require some other alternatives for communications back to land. Offshore communications is nothing new. It's been around for decades through radio frequency, VSAT, satellite walkie-talkies, etc. But what is new for offshore is trying to develop ultra-reliable and low-latency network connectivity, real connectivity that makes a difference. Our offshore solution uses the fibre connections that are laid under the sea. From this fibre connection, large wireless antennas can be connected, and from this smaller antennas are built around the wind farm area, which ultimately allow wireless devices to work from. This is now a greater understanding of what the market does and its users and the importance of this offshore. There's three key areas or benefits from it, the whys. The first is for construction. It makes the wind farms lean and optimized and the construction site areas around it. The second is staff. With hundreds of people offshore and on these sites at any one time, effectively both their office and their homes at sea, wireless connectivity brings them close to home. And the third, and it's something that Sam mentioned earlier, in terms of LCOE, is the investment, future-proofing the investment at sea, supported by internet connectivity, enabling new technologies like robotics, drones. Interesting there what PAD and VRAI are doing. It would certainly support those type of things. And just delivering 4-5G networks very, very quickly. The construction phase, this is really where Ireland's at the moment. Construction phase, there's no mobile connectivity generally around the RC, and vessels, the likes of Rebel Marine, I'm sure, use VSAT satellite for communication purposes. It's quite basic, it's expensive. I'm sure the teams are frustrated because it's not reliable and significant latency. Where for internet connectivity, it requires fiber, and when that's developed, you can develop radio, wireless, 4G, 5G networks from that. And that's exactly what we did for the Ørsted project and are doing on Hornsea 2, just very, very quickly on this case. It's 55 miles offshore. It's using a public wireless network at sea. We can also do it for private. The fiber link is laid, and then it wraps around, from that fiber, it wraps around that entire project there, 400 or 500 square kilometers. So that's really it. I'm conscious of time, just to say that we're deploying the same 4-5G solution for a number of other customer sites in Ireland and in Europe. We're also proudly involved with John Breslin's Blue Wise Marine project in Galway for testing and research purposes, which is really exciting. We hope that we'll be able to support these same solutions to offshore sites around the RC over the coming years ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adrian. That was very clearly outlined, the significance of telecoms for the sector. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Sam.
So next we have somebody who's probably very well known to most of you, Ray Alcorn, Honorary Secretary of the MRIA and founder of Exceedance Limited. Ray holds a PhD in Ocean Engineering from Queen's University Belfast and has a very well regarded track record in the offshore renewables industry worldwide. Ray.
Hi guys, can you hear me okay?
Yep, can hear you.
We can hear you, but no presentation yet, Ray.
Give me 2 seconds. How's that?
Sure, it's coming.
So it's Christmas.
That's you, yep.
All right, I'll start my timer. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ray Alcorn. I'm founder and CEO of Exceedance. So today I'm going to tell you about how we can support the development of offshore energy projects with our financial digital twin software. I'm going to give you some background and then some examples of what we've been doing in the past year. That's what Peter's brief was anyway. We also have a major software release coming and we want to share that with you. So we set up about 6 years ago to develop techno-financial digital twin software and the support and consultancy needed for the renewable sector. We started in marine renewables as my background, wave and tidal, but we moved into offshore wind, floating wind and combined platforms. And now we work right through the life cycle of the projects from concept to operations. Our software is mainly cloud-based, and we have a broad offering, both functionality and subscription-wise. And we're also developing integrations with other systems. So we're very interested in what PEARSE is doing, for example, in Green Rebel. So how do we help? If you're at the very start of your development journey and you want to know the basics, how much money are you going to make and when? Your challenge to do this is to assimilate a lot of technical and financial data and try and get some insights from that. If you're already operating and the capex is sunk and perhaps it isn't going to plan, sometimes that happens, what can you do? And again, to sort that out, your challenge is sifting through technical and financial information. But actually, some of the problem is this industry worth billions is built on manual tools and spreadsheets. There's no really standard platform that exists to generate financial plans or to stress test an investment. And while this is kind of inefficient now, it is going to become a major roadblock as the volume of the project grows, costs are going down, margins are getting slimmer, and subsidies are being phased out. So typically in the teams, we would see them split, some working on the technical side, some working on the financial side. But the technical side hand over some static values to a modeling team who build a financial model in a spreadsheet. And this method means that about 80% of the team's time is spent on model build and talking to each other, and only 20% of their time is spent actually using it to do deep analysis and optimization. Well, let's look at another way. We've developed our software, cloud-based financial digital twin. This empowers the teams to drastically reduce their time on the model build. It means we flip that 80-20 ratio on its head, and you get to the analysis phase much quicker, and you connect your internal teams and external partners, and you also avoid the opportunity of your domain experts doing menial tasks. Very quickly, let's look at our platform in some more detail. So what we've done is productized all the steps that you need to create and optimize financial models, and we put it onto a Microsoft Azure platform. We then allow the teams to go from resource, device selection through to building your project costs and revenues to generate financial KPIs and the cash flows. Now, those who are involved in this area know that there's hundreds of variables that go into making these models, but we streamline the workflow and we only ask for things when you actually need them, and it allows a range of data resolution to be included. But the real power of the software is actually in the analysis and the optimization. You can compare the projects like for like, you can adjust the variables, you can try multiple scenarios, you can even do goal sequence parameters. So something very interesting to the likes of Simply Blue, for example. One of the things you can look at is, for example, your gross margin. So let's give you some examples of recent use. That's what Peter was interested in. So we did some work with a floating wind developer looking at cost reduction pathway through combining a series of drivers of levelized cost of energy. Looking at 8 key innovations, technical and financial, we're able to look at their cumulative impact and cost. And in this case, we showed a development roadmap of 45% reduction. Another project that we looked at a bit of auction module for the software to allow, thanks Chris, to look at rapid scenario building in the early stages of development. So that means you can look at various things like sites, different turbine types. And the idea is to optimize the project through a bid price, allowing for sufficient margin. And then finally, for live projects, we worked with the awardee Catapult through data pitch last year on historical farm performance. And again, we're able to identify underperformance of 40 million euro over a lifetime and come up with scenarios to correct that. A final example is in technology innovation. We're working with the Marine Energy Alliance with marine energy companies, and we've helped them understand the cost of energy and how they could reduce it. So finally, to summary, we're ready to add value to offshore energy projects and technologies. We want to develop our pilot projects and demonstrate the value. And we have a major release coming in 2021, and Chris is kindly going to put the link up on the chat. So please sign up if you want more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. And I see Chris has already put the link on the chat for any of those that want it. It's hard to believe Exceedance has been growing from strength to strength for a whole 6 years now. Just that time has flown. So well done on that. Thanks, Ray. So our final speaker is Richard Cronin, a civil and environmental engineer from UCC with a background in the local government sector. He's principal advisor, marine environment in the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage. Richard.
Good afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I just put a slideshow presentation for you. Thanks to everybody, and thanks for your patience in waiting for the last presentation. This is really just a short update for everybody here, just to bring to your attention what these three little words mean, and what they maybe will mean for the sector as well as we go forward. I only have 4 slides, so I really shouldn't take the full 5 minutes, so we'll just run through these quickly. I just want to talk to you about what they are, why we have them and want them, what the state of play is at the moment, talk to you a little bit about the advisory group report that's just been published, and then some key takeaways for you to consider as you move forward. So what are marine protected areas? Well, there's a very simple working definition at the top of the screen there. They're area-based conservation tools that we use. They have a number of different forms. They can be exclusive reserves with no human activity at all. And then they can also allow certain activities or exclude other activities at certain levels. Okay. Why do we want them? There's a lot of research on this. There's a lot of evidence to support it, but they're good for the economy. They're good for society. I think we heard in the very introductory remarks at the start that the ocean is good for human health, and a healthy ocean and a healthy society is also very good. And then finally, they're obviously very good for everything that lives in the sea as well, and for the seabed and other parts of the ecosystem. Ireland is an island. We're an island people, an island nation. We may not often think like that, but when I listen to the contributions here today, I realize that the people in this forum certainly believe it and understand it. And our cultural heritage as islanders is very important for us to preserve and protect for the generations that will come after us. From a governmental point of view, there are strong policy drivers. And there's a list. This isn't an exhaustive list, but you can see that we have United Nations global tools, or global instruments, that have aimed for 10% coverage and now aim for 30% coverage. We have European directives, such as the Birds and Habitats Directives, the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. So we've had this goal of expanding our network of marine protected areas in place under the MSFD since 2016. We have the OSPAR Convention, which is our mechanism for cooperating with the EU and non-EU countries in our EEZ and in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. And we will have a ministerial for a new strategy for the next decade coming up later this year. We have our National Biodiversity Action Plan, the Common Fisheries Policy. We have developments at the United Nations in protecting biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions, and work on the International Seabed Authority about ensuring that new human activities are done at a sustainable level. We have the EU Biodiversity Strategy, Global Ocean Alliance, and then most importantly for us as members or as servants in the government is our Programme for Government, which contains very ambitious commitments in relation to the expansion of the network of marine protected areas. So just before I get on to the expert advisory report, this is the state of play as we see it in our region in the world and then in Ireland. So in the Northeast Atlantic, which is the region we share with the rest of the countries in Europe, we have about 13.5 million square kilometres to govern. We have about 6.4% coverage. You can see in our region, the Celtic Seas, we have about 15% coverage of marine protected areas. The working target for 2020 was 10%. You can see that in other areas, we have less marine protected areas. And you can see in Ireland, I think it was highlighted by Padraig Fogarty this morning, there is a shortfall in Ireland's coverage. This is largely due to our lack of legislation. So we set up an expert advisory group in late 2019. It worked through the lockdown remotely. It produced its report in October 2020. I would really encourage you to access the report and read it. I'm not going to go through the details of it with you here because in 5 minutes it just wouldn't be possible. We published it last week. We translated it into Irish as well. We think that's a very important thing to do for such a significant document. And we're going to commence stakeholder, our wider public consultation in the next week or two. and it'll run until the end of July. And if you'd like to be notified of that, please take note of the email address at the end of that slide and register your interest. So the key takeaways for this sector:
10 seconds.
Marine protected areas are here. They're part of wider reform. I think you should consider the sectoral uncertainty challenges that they will bring and how you can manage them. I don't think marine protected areas are a binary choice between human activity and the environment. They must coexist. You should participate, and I'd strongly encourage it. And to quote John Kerry when he spoke at Seafest, you can't have a blue economy or a fishing industry without protecting the ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. I'm sure there'll be a lot of comfort in the virtual room to know that there are people like yourself there to support the industry in navigating through that policy landscape. So thank you very much for that. That finishes the snapshot session, and I really would like to applaud very much all of the presenters in this particular area, keeping to time and giving us a wonderful oversight on such a broad range of topics. And on that note, I can see Peter on screen, so I'll hand back over to you, Peter. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam. I'm just going to immediately hand over to wrap up and thank everyone to Simon DiPietro, who is Chief Executive of DP Energy, and it's some very exciting news to share with us, and also, of course, Co-President of Ocean Energy Europe. So over to you, Simon.
Don't have Simon at the minute. Simon isn't in the room.
I'll be Simon. I want to first and foremost thank all of our presenters for their presentations today. They were uniformly extraordinarily interesting. I want to thank our chairs, Danielle, Colm and Sam, who have all done a terrific job. And I have to say, as usual, we've run over time, but that's not the chair's fault. It's due to the extraordinary range of interest and activity that we had in the forum. I particularly want to thank Chris, who is the hidden hero of this forum. It wouldn't have happened without him, and without indeed the support of Letterkenny Institute of Technology. So I think, unless Sam has come on board, which I don't think he has, no sign of Simon. Just to say finally that you will see today that DP Energy have linked up with Iberdrola, the big Iberian energy company, to develop jointly a number of farms, or wind farms, off the Irish coast. I also want to say that the slides that you've all seen today, the presentations, will be up on our website, mria.ie, within the next 2 weeks or so. And any questions and answers that arose, we've recorded them, and we'll farm them out to the people they were aimed at and deal with them in due course directly. So thank you very much indeed. And again, Simon, if you're not there, you're not there. So with that, I'll call the forum to an end. Final word is to say that we will probably have a forum in a couple of months' time, a few months' time, specifically focused on research, because normally we devote the afternoon session to the work undertaken in Brighton and the work undertaken in MARIA, and we'll have a special forum for that in a couple of weeks' time. So thank you very much indeed, and I look forward to seeing you all, hopefully face to face next year. Thank you.